You're listening to Radio Tenbond, the best station to pass the time by while at work or driving. Stay tuned. When the end of the world is assured, one man decides to spend it in indulgence. This is how this ends.
There were parties that night, but I elected to spend it alone, drinking what liquor I could and shooting up the last of my priceless heroin on a wooden bluff overlooking the sea, capturing what quiet I could on my own terms and determined to meet the last day sober. I woke, caked in vomit and pain as the sun arose, and trickled down to the beach, relishing the cool salt breeze on my skin as I plunged my face into the water. I heard a tiny wail of joy and turned in mute disbelief. A child raced down the beach, trailed by her mother. As public opinion had slid into open hatred of those who knowingly reproduced, births had become unheard of. I swam in a wash of emotions, raw fury at manifest selfishness, an aching, nameless joy, 1,000 other twinges of head and heart. In the last decade, when it was clear that nothing could divert the comet's path, the final gasps of the propaganda engine had repeated this final message: don't make it worse. I rose, fists balled, but my shout of indignant protest died on my lips. The earth trembled, a passing shockwave underfoot. The impact was hours ago, in the steppes of Asia. The wall of fire and pressure had made its solemn journey around the world to us. The girl was swept into her mother's arms. They looked serenely at me, twin eyes of sea green. And for a moment, I bordered epiphany. Guilt washed in, behind the tide of anger. Then it was gone, and I was empty at last. I love you, whispered the mother, holding the child close. I sighed, and the air grew dim and thick with the onrush of steam. My vision clouded, and I turned to the sea. One final time.
That was How This Ends by Joseph K. There are many mysteries on the internet, and for this researcher, one is rumored to leave a lasting effect on all those who view it, beckoning them to spread it to others. Could you spread the word? This is Smile Dog.
I first met in person with Mary E. in the summer of 2007. I had arranged with her husband of 15 years, Terrence, to see her for an interview. Mary had initially agreed, since I was not a newsman, but rather an amateur writer gathering information for a few early college assignments, and, if all went according to plan, some pieces of fiction. We scheduled the interview for a particular weekend when I was in Chicago on unrelated business. But at the last moment, Mary changed her mind and locked herself in the couple's bedroom. refusing to meet with me. For half an hour, I sat with Terrence as we camped outside the bedroom door. I was listening and taking notes while he attempted to fruitlessly calm his wife. The things Mary said made little sense, but fit with the pattern I was expecting. Though I could not see her, I could tell from her voice that she was crying. And more often than not, her objections to speaking with me centered around an incoherent diatribe on her dreams, her nightmares. Terrence apologized profusely when we ceased the exercise, and I did my best to take it in stride. Recall that I wasn't a reporter in search of a story, but merely a curious young man in search of information. Besides, I thought at the time I could perhaps find another similar case if I put my mind and resources to it. Mary E. was the system operator for a small Chicago-based bulletin board in 1992 when she first encountered Smile.jpg, and her life changed forever. She and Terrence had been married for only 5 months. Mary was one of an estimated 400 people who saw the image when it was posted as a hyperlink on the BBS, though she is the only one who has spoken openly about the experience. The rest have remained anonymous, or perhaps dead. In 2005, when I was only in 10th grade, Smile.jpg was first brought to my attention by my burgeoning interest in web-based phenomena. Mary was the most often cited victim of what is sometimes referred to as Smile.dog. The being Smile.jpg is reputed to display. What caught my interest, other than the obvious macabre elements of the cyber legend and my proclivity towards such things, was the sheer lack of information, usually to the point that people don't believe it even exists other than a rumor or hoax. It is unique because, though the entire phenomenon centers on a picture file, that file is nowhere to be found on the internet. Of course, there being many photo-manipulated simulacra littering the web, showing up with the most frequency on sites such as the image board 4chan, particularly the paranormal-focused subboard X. It is suspected these are fakes because they do not have the effect the true Smile.jpg is believed to have, namely sudden onset temporal lobe epilepsy and acute anxiety. This purported reaction in the viewer is one of the reasons the phantom-like Smile.jpg is regarded with such disdain, since it is patently absurd. Though depending on who you ask, the reluctance to acknowledge Smile.jpg's existence might be just as much out of fear as it is out of disbelief. Neither Smile.jpg nor Smile.dog is mentioned anywhere on Wikipedia, though the website features articles on such other, perhaps more scandalous shock sites as Hello.jpg or Two Girls One Cup. Any attempt to create a page pertaining to Smile.jpg is summarily deleted by any of the encyclopedia's many admins. Encounters with Smile.jpg are the stuff of internet legend. Mary E.'s story is not unique. There are unverified rumors of Smile.jpg showing up in the early days of Usenet, and even one persistent tale that, in 2002, a hacker flooded the forums of a humor and satire website, Something Awful, with a deluge of Smile.dog pictures, rendering almost half of the forum users, at the time, epileptic. It is also said that in the mid to late 90s, that Smile.jpg circulated on Usenet, and as an attachment of a chain email with the subject line, "Smile, God loves you." Yet despite the huge exposure these stunts would generate, there are very few people who admit to having experienced any of them, and no trace of the file or any link has ever been discovered. Those who claim to have seen Smile.jpg often weakly joke that they were far too busy to save a copy of the picture to their hard drive. However, all alleged victims offer the same description of the photo. A dog-like creature, usually described as appearing similar to a Siberian husky, illuminated by the flash of the camera, sits in a dim room, the only background detail that is visible being a human hand extending from the darkness near the left side of the frame. The hand is empty, but is usually described as beckoning. Of course, most attention is given to the dog, or dog creature, as some victims are more certain than others about what they claim to have seen. The muzzle of the beast is reputedly split with a wide grin, revealing 2 rows of very white, very straight, very sharp, very human-looking teeth. This, of course, not a description given immediately after viewing the picture, but rather a recollection of the victims who claim to have seen the picture endlessly repeated in their mind's eye during the time they are, in reality, having epileptic fits. These fits are reported to continue indeterminably, often while the victims sleep, resulting in very vivid and disturbing nightmares. These may be treated with medication, though in some it is more effective than others. Mary E., I assumed, was not on effective medication. That was why, after my visit to her apartment in 2007, I sent out feelers to several folklore and urban legend-oriented news groups, websites, and mailing lists. I was hoping to find the name of a supposed victim of Smile.jpg who felt more interested in talking about his experiences. For a time, nothing happened, and at length I forgot completely about my pursuits, since I had begun my freshman year of college and was quite busy. Mary contacted me via email, however, near the beginning of March 2008. Dear Mr. L., I am incredibly sorry about my behavior last summer when you came to interview me. I hope you understand that it was no fault of yours, but rather my own problems that led me to act as I did. I realize that I could have handled the situation more decorously. However, I hope you will forgive me. At the time, I was afraid. You see, for 15 years, I have been haunted by Smile.jpg. Smile.dog comes to me in my sleep every night. I know that sounds strange, but it's true. There is an ineffable quality about my dreams, my nightmares, that makes them completely unlike any real dreams I have ever had. I do not move and do not speak. I simply look ahead, and the only thing ahead of me is the scene from that picture. I see the beckoning hand, and I see the dog. It talks to me. It's not a dog, of course, though I'm not quite sure what it really is. It tells me it will leave me alone, if only I do as it asks. All I must do, it says, is spread the word. That is how it phrases its demands. And I know exactly what it means. It wants me to show it to someone else. And I could. The week after my incident, I received in the mail a manila envelope with no return address. Inside was only a 3.5-inch floppy diskette. Without having to check, I knew precisely what was on it. I thought for a long time about my options. I could show it to a stranger, a co-worker. I could even show it to Terrence. As much as the idea disgusted me. And what would happen then? Well, If Smile.dog kept its word, I could sleep. Yet if it lied, what would I do? And who was to say something worse would not come for me if I did as the creature asked? So I did nothing for 15 years, though I kept the diskette hidden among my things. Every night for 15 years, Smile.dog has come to me in my sleep and demanded that I spread the word. For 15 years, I have stood strong, though there have been hard times. Many of my fellow victims on the BBS board, where I first encountered Smile.jpg, stopped posting. I heard some of them committed suicide. Others remain completely silent, simply disappearing off the face of the web. They are the ones I worry about the most. I sincerely hope you will forgive me, Mr. L. But last summer when you contacted me and my husband about an interview, I was near the breaking point. I decided I was going to give you the floppy disk. I did not care if Smile.dog was lying or not. I wanted it to end. You were a stranger, someone I had no connection with. And I thought I would not feel sorrow when you took the disk as part of your research and sealed your fate. Before you arrived, I realized what I was doing. I was plotting to ruin your life. I could not stand the thought. And I still can't. I am ashamed, Mr. L. And I hope that this warning will dissuade you from further investigations. You may, in time, encounter someone who is, if not weaker than I, then wholly more depraved. Someone who will not hesitate to follow Smile.dog's orders. Stop while you are still whole. Sincerely, Mary E. Terrence contacted me later that month with the news that his wife had killed herself. While cleaning up the various things she left behind, closing email accounts and the like, he happened upon the above message. He was a man in shambles. He wept as he told me to listen to his wife's advice. He'd found the diskette, he revealed, and burned it till it was nothing but a pile of blackened plastic. The part that most disturbed him, however, was how the disk had hissed as it melted. Like some sort of animal, he said. I will admit that I was a little uncertain about how to respond to this. At first I thought perhaps it was a joke, with a couple belatedly playing with the situation in order to get a rise out of me. A quick check of several Chicago newspapers' online obituaries, however, proved that Mary E. was indeed dead. There was, of course, no mention of suicide in the article. I decided that, for a time at least, I would not further pursue the subject of Smile.jpg, especially since I had finals coming up at the end of May. But the world has odd ways of testing us. Almost a full year after I'd returned from my disastrous interview with Mary E., I received another email. Hello. I found your email address through a mailing list. Your profile said you are interested in SmileDog. I have saw it. It is not as bad as everyone says. I have sent it to you here. Just spreading the word. That final line, just like Mary E. had said. According to my email client, There's one file attachment called, naturally, smile.jpg. I considered downloading it for some time. It was most likely a fake, I imagined, and even if it wasn't, I was never wholly convinced of smile.jpg's peculiar powers. Mary E's account had shaken me, yes, but she was probably mentally unbalanced anyway. After all, how could a simple image do what smile.jpg was said to accomplish? What sort of creature was it that could break one's mind with only the power of the eyes? And if such a thing were patently absurd, then why did the legend exist at all? If I downloaded the image, if I looked at it, and if Mary turned out to be correct, if Smile.dog came to me in my dreams demanding I spread the word, what would I do? Would I live my life as Mary had, fighting against the urge to give in until I died? Or would I simply spread the word, eager to be put to rest? And if I chose the latter route, how could I do it? Who would I burden in turn? If I went through with my earlier intention to write a short article about smile.jpg, I decided I would attach it as evidence, and anyone who read the article, anyone who took interest would be affected. And even assuming the smile.jpg attachment to the email was genuine, would I be capricious enough to save myself in that manner? Could I spread the word? Yes. Yes, I could.
That was Smile Dog. The internet is full of people selling miracle cures, a modern-day snake oil market. Unfortunately for our main character, this isn't snake oil. This is necrosleep.
The following account is the only surviving evidence supporting the existence of necrosleep.net. The blog data was downloaded by a concerned reader just before it vanished from the internet in 2014. The data was not recovered until 9 years passed. These are the final moments of Reed Murdoch, written in his own words. Hey guys, so I've decided to start a blog about my new life. Most of you are reading this are probably my friends and acquaintances, but for the rest of you, I'll expose a little bit about myself. My name's Reed. I just moved out of my parents' basement, thank God, and now I'm pursuing my own life where no one can push me around anymore. Technically, I'm the one who ditched the place, but they all kicked me out beforehand. Nobody gives a damn about a crackhead like me. Not even my parents. Not that I care. Anyways, I'm doing my own thing now, and I had to give up a few luxuries. Though my mom's hellacious cooking not worthy of being called a luxury. I'd much rather live off of discount ramen noodles anyways. Sometimes I'll even have corn on the side, when I'm feeling extra fancy. Speaking of fancy, I'll admit my apartment is anything but. It's the cheapest one I could find, in fact. I find the saying, "you get what you pay for" to be especially true when I'm trying to sleep to the lulling sound of what I can only guess is some old lady getting mugged in the dark alleyway next door. My ghetto sanctuary consists of one living room, a kitchenette, a bathroom, and a closet. The walls are practically made of cardboard, and the carpet is stained with God knows what. But it's good enough for me. Living with me is my poor excuse for a cat named Twig. She's one of those weird hairless breeds, and, in turn, a real conversation piece. I'm often asked why the cat's turned inside out, or if she was the victim of some perverse taxidermy project gone wrong. As shoddy as my life seems, living on the cheap has its benefits. My cost of living is next to nothing, so I can make enough money to survive by doing odd jobs on the internet without ever leaving the house. I spend half of the month writing bogus reviews for products I've never used and filling out surveys on political issues I know nothing about, then spend the other half surfing the web watching pirated reruns of The X-Files. I don't even have to pay for internet service thanks to my neighbor's complete failure to secure their Wi-Fi hotspot. I bet their data overages are through the roof now. Oh well, not my problem. I'll be updating this blog every day or two if I'm up to anything interesting. Well, thanks for reading this boring crap. Hopefully my life will get a little more exciting in the days to come. I've decided to do something unusual. It's 3 a.m. and I intend to stay up all night, caffeinated beverages at my side. Well, why am I doing this, you may ask? Because I'm permanently switching to a nocturnal sleeping schedule. In other words, I'll be sleeping during the day instead of the night. Now, I do have a number of good reasons for doing this, trust me. 1. There's less people out at night, so leaving the building won't be such a dreaded thing. 2. Sunlight gives you cancer, right? 3. Screw social norms. 4. The internet speed seems to increase substantially after midnight. And 5. It's a free country. I don't even need reasons. Also, I ran into this cool forum called Nocturnal Underground. Naturally, it's full of sun-loathing recluses and cynical misanthropes like me. How perfect. I registered straight away and found the forum dwellers to be very welcoming. It's not the most famous of internet destinations, more of a tight-knit hole in the wall for a very obscure subculture. We all seem to share a general appreciation for societal disconnect, which is cool, because I really thought I was the only whack job who can't stand dealing with normal people. After all, it's these normal people who are telling me I don't have the right to smoke whatever substances I damn well please. As if it's their business. I'll let you all know how this whole nocturnal thing works for me. Peace out. I'm adjusting very well to my new lifestyle. I can already tell this is the way I should have been living all along. The internet is a far more interesting place during the night. Everything has been fairly normal lately. Except for one thing. Yesternight, I received a mysterious private message on Nocturnal Underground. Here's the message, copied and pasted for your reading pleasure. Congratulations, Readman07. You've been invited to an invitation-only website that will change your life forever. Discover what society doesn't want you to know at necrosleep.com. Use your exclusive invitation code to enter, DCLXVI. Find out what you've been missing your entire life. necrosleep.net. Of course, it sounds like a total scam, but it piqued my interest. I couldn't resist going to the site just to see what the hell it was. So I went there, and arrived at a completely empty black page. I noticed a text cursor blinking in the center, indicating that I could type there. I presume this was where I was supposed to type the invitation code, and I presumed correctly. When the homepage loaded, I immediately noticed that all of the text was in Russian besides the title header, which simply said necrosleep.net in English. My web browser automatically detected that the site was Russian and offered to translate it for me, so of course I clicked yes. Now, the site was clearly on the shady side. Whoever designed it was certainly not well versed in web design, as the site had more in common with a notepad document than a good web page. The background was black. The white text was written in the oh-so-generic courier font, and under the title header was a row of red hyperlinks labeled as follows: Main, Purchases, Secret, and Credit. Here's an excerpt from the main page. Welcome to necrosleep.net. This website is invitation only. Selected visitors have exclusive access to our special product that will change your life forever. Necrosleep is a product that safely negates the biological necessity of sleep, thanks to our miraculous secret formula. With one pill a day, you will never feel the need to sleep again. Try it for yourself by clicking the purchase link. If Necrosleep doesn't change your life, we will offer you a complete refund. Your astonishment is guaranteed. What a bold claim these people are making. There's no way this stuff actually works, otherwise everyone would just be taking it. Obviously, I was skeptical and still am, but I clicked around the site a bit more just out of curiosity. I clicked the secret hyperlink, which took me to another page, and here's the text from said page. Necrosleep is comprised of special and rare ingredients which we cannot disclose in order to ensure that our formula stays in private hands. In order to keep our product available, it can only be distributed through alternative means on an exclusive basis. The active ingredient in Necrosleep has been sought after for years by doctors and scientists intending to displace sleep with wakefulness. Only we have managed to do what others could not, as permitted by the will of our master. We can assure you with full confidence that our product will change your life, and you will never feel the need to sleep again. Feel free to indulge in our secret. Alternative means. More like black market. Whatever's going on here doesn't appear to be legal, exactly. Not that I care about the law, I just get untrustworthy vibes from this site. Anyways, I continued on and clicked the credit hyperlink. My heart skipped a little when I was confronted with honestly the most uncanny photo of a living person I've ever seen. It was an old black and white photo of a tall man in a doctor's coat. If he wasn't standing upright, I'd say the guy was dead. But my guess is that he was just cadaverously unhealthy, and probably blind from the looks of his pale, lifeless eyes. Not a trace of emotion could be found in his face. There was a small bit of text below the photo, which read as follows. Credit for the pioneering of Necrosleep goes to the brilliant Dr. Hale A. Stan, proxy of our master, and founder of the Ukrainian Institute of Occult Medicine. His work lives on. Proxy of our master, occult medicine. Maybe I've watched too many horror movies, but this isn't your typical snake oil sales pitch. Maybe they're part of some deranged religious group or something. I admit I was slightly creeped out, but more fascinated. I clicked the purchase hyperlink, once again out of mere curiosity. Turns out each pill cost some absurd amount of Russian currency, which I found out was equal to about $130 per pill. Absolutely ridiculous. Not that I would buy them even if I could. I immediately left the site. At this point, I'm guessing it's probably a lousy foreign credit card scam or some weird cult initiative. Either way, it made my day more interesting than it normally would have been. I posted a thread on Nocturnal Underground about the mystery user who sent me the strange private message. I found myself wanting to know more about this whole necrosleep.net thing. So, as part of my investigation, I sought to find out who the user was. Here's a transcript of the forum thread. Hey guys, I hope I'm not disrupting the order of things by posting this in the trolling and harassment section. I didn't know where else to put it. I figured this incident of mine might qualify as a spam case if other people are getting the same advertisement message I am. Basically, the other day I got a private message from a user I've never seen before, called Revelation 666, and the message was an advertisement for some supplement. Has anyone seen this user on the forums before? I sure haven't. If you have any information, that'd be great. I don't recognize the username. He must be fairly new or just inactive. What were the exact contents of the message? We could probably get an admin to ban him for advertisement. Here's a screen cap of the message. Strange. Did you actually go to the website? I hope not. It's probably infested with viruses. Just tried going there. It's just a black screen. The invite code didn't work either. Just gave me a pop-up box that said invalid IP. Of course I went there. I couldn't resist. Doesn't work for me either. Invalid IP. If it only works for Readman07, maybe it's bound to his IP somehow. Can you get some screenshots of the site? You've sparked my interest. Here you are. The page was initially in Russian, so I had my browser translate it. Looks shady as hell. Wow. Don't even mess with it. You're asking for trouble just by clicking the link. You're probably being keylogged as we speak. Not to mention the product they're selling is probably laced with cyanide. If he's stupid enough to buy it, well, Gene Pool is better off without him anyways. Never trust a Russian. I'm Russian, and I find that offensive. You just said you were Asian last week. Make up your mind. I leave this thread for 5 minutes and chaos ensues. Everybody calm the f*** down. Of course I'm not going to mess with it. These supposed miracle pills are $130 each anyways. Who do you think I am? Johnny Cash? Just because his name was Johnny Cash doesn't mean he was rich, or had lots of cash or whatever. Of course he was rich, you dumb f***. He's Johnny f***ing Cash. Whose bright idea was it to equip this forum with a profanity filter anyways? It's f***ing stupid. Before this thread deteriorates any further, let me just say I've put tape over my webcam, just in case something slipped past my antivirus. But it's probably just a credit card scam or something. I'll do some research on it tomorrow. Sun's been up for 3 hours and I'm running low on energy drinks. I'll contact one of the admins about this. Spam isn't tolerated here. To see if they're willing to uninstall the profanity filter plugin as well. I got a message later on from HG Wishingwells, one of the admins, saying that the user Revelation 666 doesn't exist in the database, and that the only way I could have received the message is if the mail client was bypassed somehow. In other words, somebody hacked the system just to send me a spam message. What the hell? I finally got around to Googling necrosleep. The results were mostly irrelevant YouTube channels and defunct 90s screamo bands from the looks of it. But I noticed among the garbage results a link to a post on fastmd.com. The preview said, "Does anyone know if this necrosleep stuff actually works?" So I clicked on it, only to be directed to a page stating, "The post you're looking for has been deleted and no longer exists." I should have known. Nothing can ever be easy and predictable. I returned the results and had to scan over several pages of them before finally running into an old gaming forum thread where the website necrosleep.net was mentioned. This time, the post hadn't been deleted. In the middle of the conversation about maximizing crop production in some medieval strategy game, one of the users claimed to have taken necrosleep in order to tend to his virtual farm 24 hours a day. Needless to say, the other forum patrons were highly skeptical. The guy posted a link to necrosleep.net in an attempt to back up his claim, ultimately failing to convince them because, you guessed it, the site was bound to his IP address. He also had the same invitation code as me, DCLXVI, leading me to believe it's just a formality intended to make you feel special. But that doesn't explain why and how my IP, and apparently someone else's, got singled out. The bragger then claimed that there was irrefutable proof of his ceaseless wakefulness in his in-game score, in relation to the length of time his account has existed. His score was excessively high. So high, in fact, that it would be impossible for him to attain so high a score in so short a time frame, unless he was playing the game for at least 21 hours a day, which obviously leaves practically no time for sleeping. Despite all that, they attributed his accomplishment to an automatic bot program that operated the game for him during the night. Since cheating in this way is against the game rules, his account was promptly banned, according to the moderator at the end of the thread. Sure enough, in little red letters below his forum avatar were the words, "Banned for bot abuse, 8/12/2006. I couldn't find any more relevant results for Necrosleep or necrosleep.net, other than what I've just told you about. Looks like these online dope dealers are pretty stealthy. I just want to know what their real motives might be. I could think of a million better ways to steal someone's credit card number or peddle quack remedies. It could be a prank, but evidently this has been going on since '06 at least. Perhaps some jokes just never die. I got another private message from Revelation 666. Am I the only one who gets creeped out by that name? Knowing what I know now, makes me uneasy to think about the great lengths the user went to contact me specifically. For some reason, they stealthily bypass the system just to send me these messages and make me this offer. Here's the message I just received. Congratulations, Readman07. You've been selected to receive a free 30-day trial of Necrosleep. Claim your exclusive reward at necrosleep.net/backdoor. Find out what you've been missing your entire life, risk-free. necrosleep.net/backdoor. I hate to admit it, but my curiosity got the best of me. Bracing myself for whatever scam was coming my way, I clicked the link. I was taken to a page asking for my address, nothing more. I thought about it carefully, knowing full well that these people likely have malicious intentions. But if I enter my post office box, what's the worst that could happen? Worst case scenario, they send me some junk mail or some faulty pills. The point is that I finally know what they want from me. I entered the address. I decided to go back to the thread I posted on Nocturnal Underground and let people know what's up. Sure enough, their reactions were amusing. Well guys, it happened again. Look at the attachment. Don't tell me you clicked on this one too. I did. Then it asked me for my address. But don't worry, I entered my P.O. box. Are you out of your mind? I take it you couldn't persuade the admins to disable the profanity filter. No Sherlock. Apparently they get a huge kick out of watching us quarrel over it. I wouldn't be surprised if H.G. Wishingwell sent me these weird messages just to stir up some controversy around here. Neither would I. Well, the mystery's been solved. Everybody go home. In all seriousness, I had nothing to do with this. I swear on my great-grandmother's life. Swearing on the life of a dead person isn't exactly the most convincing way to plead. I think the joke's gone far enough. HG, did you do it or not? I really didn't do it. The admins and I were genuinely perplexed when we saw where the message came from. Or should I say, where the message didn't come from. It was certainly not from any registered user on the inside. If they actually send you the pills, are you going to take them? You couldn't pay me $1 million to try that. I can personally guarantee you that stuff is too good to be true. Nothing can make you stay awake forever. I agree with Cosmic. Don't take this any further. Even if they do send me the pills and it's not just junk mail, I'm not going to take it unless I find some more information on it. Do you really think I'm that stupid? Chill out, guys. I probably won't update this thread anymore, so follow my blog if you want to know what's up with me. Links on my profile. Well, we pretty much ruled out the possibility that it's a prank by the admins. I don't think H.G. Wishingwells would carry on a prank this long, nor would he lie so blatantly. And even if one of the other admins were to prank me, I can't imagine they would do it with some Russian supplement pitch. Last night, I had a buddy of mine deliver the mail to my doorstep in exchange for some coding work on his Flash site. I'll do just about anything to avoid leaving the building. That's not the point. The point is that I received an envelope with no return address. Yet I immediately knew who it was from. The envelope was old. Very old. Like it's been sitting in a dusty attic for decades. I opened the stained envelope, only to find a smaller manila envelope inside. Also rather old-looking. Inscribed on the small envelope was the word necrosleep, and a word of advice on storing the packet in a cool, dark place for maximum potency. The words appeared to have been stamped onto the envelope, rather than printed. I opened the small envelope, and sure enough, there were 30 black pills inside. More crude than you might get from your local pharmacy. Now, before you all start freaking out, I'm not going to take these. At least not until I can dig up some reliable information on it. I know that these Russian dope dealers weren't just trying to send me junk mail. The question is, why would they send me the pills if they don't actually work? Surely they must want my money, which they wouldn't get after a failed 30-day trial. What if they're trying to kill me? I never did have a good feeling about any of this, but the curiosity is killing me. It just occurred to me that I completely overlooked something. I never researched Dr. Hale A. Stan, the guy who apparently had something to do with necrosleep, so I did a quick Google search and found, much to my surprise, that he had his own article on Wikipedia. The article states that Dr. Stan was a Ukrainian scientist and physician who claimed to have been directly involved with the experiments portrayed in a 1940 motion picture, which documents Soviet research into the resuscitation of clinically dead organisms. Here's an excerpt from the article. The motion picture, Experiments in the Revival of Organisms, depicts various disturbing medical experiments conducted on canines, one of which involves keeping a dog's decapitated head alive with a primitive auto-ejector machine that supplied it with oxygenated blood. The operations in the film were credited to Dr. Sergei Brukhanenko. However, Dr. Hale A. Stan incessantly claimed to be the one who really conducted the experiments and invented the auto-ejector, and that they only credited Brukhanenko because Stan was sentenced to life in prison for illegally conducting gruesome experiments on humans. He believed that because he had consent from his test subjects, albeit through bribery, he had not committed an immoral crime. The Lenin Prize was awarded to Brukhanenko for the auto-ejector, while Stan remained in permanent imprisonment. It wasn't until they discovered the lost footage of his morbid human experiments that they had him executed by lethal injection. His last words, spoken in an unidentified language, died with him. Dr. Hale A. Stan was rumored to have pioneered a variety of cures for major conditions, such as narcolepsy and epilepsy, although the results were not published in a scientific manner, and therefore the majority of his alleged accomplishments were unverifiable and seemingly occult in nature. The number of people he apparently cured of various incurable afflictions between 1930 and 1940 was in the thousands. Attempts to replicate his documented remedies ultimately failed, leading most to believe he was practicing pseudoscience. It is believed by some that Dr. Hale A. Stan has a following to this day, and that his miracle cures are still being practiced and peddled from Russia and Ukraine. Some claim to have received mysterious emails and offers pertaining to Dr. Hale A. Stan's work. All investigations revealed no evidence to support these claims. I'll admit, some of this stuff unnerves me. Morbid human experiments aren't exactly pleasant things to think about, but it seems to me this guy was just doing what was necessary to advance his research. Maybe he really was onto something. Maybe his cures couldn't be replicated because they were so advanced. I don't really know. All I do know is that I received one of these mysterious offers that supposedly don't exist beyond hearsay. Maybe there's something to this. Maybe I really was selected to receive a gift too great for the masses. Maybe they were dead serious when they said this would change my life. I'm holding the pill in my hand, ready to take it at a moment's notice. I've been thinking hard about this. I know it's not the safest thing to do, but I'm a risk taker. If this turns out badly, I don't have much to live for anyways. Life is nothing without danger. And I want to know the motives of these people more than anything. I need to know what they want from me. I need to know what I'm missing. There's only one way to find out. I can't believe it. It's actually working. I haven't slept in 3 days and I don't even feel remotely tired. Holy hell. I've never felt so focused and stimulated in my life. I don't know what's in this stuff, but it works. I don't know how long it's gonna work exactly, so I'm not getting my hopes up. But the claim is that I'll never need to sleep again. Ever. So far, so good. Still works like a charm after 4 days. Lately, the light has been really bothering me, so I duct taped a piece of cardboard over the window. Never liked that window anyways. At night, I get this feeling that I'm being watched from outside, and it's been making me anxious more than usual. It's easy to think you're seeing something uncanny out the window, till you realize it's just your own reflection, distorted by the cheap glass pane. Anyways, that issue has been resolved. I also found something interesting when I was taking my nightly pill. Until recently, I failed to notice a symbol stamped on the inside of the small manila envelope. Yes, the inside. I know I've seen this symbol before, but I can't remember where exactly. It's a downward pointing pentagram with what I think is a goat's head inscribed within it. Maybe they just reused an old envelope and turned it inside out or something. Thanks to one of my followers for pointing out something I didn't realize. The emblem inside the envelope was actually a satanic symbol. Yeah. Needless to say, I am definitely not taking this crap anymore. This sort of thing really creeps me out. I'm done. I wish I would have read that message before I took it tonight. I'll just quit tomorrow. I mean, it hasn't harmed me thus far and I feel great, so maybe I'm just being paranoid. It's just a symbol, probably a printing mistake or something, but screw that. I'm not messing around with demonic affairs. No way in hell. Over the past week, I've been taking one of these pills at exactly 10 p.m. each night. I planned on stopping the pills tonight, but around 10:30, I started getting this horrible headache, and it got progressively worse. I was thinking it was just me adjusting to suddenly going off necrosleep, so I waited another hour, and I just couldn't take it anymore. I took another pill. I know I could quit if I wanted to, but I'm starting to think there's no reason to. I mean, I don't have to sleep anymore. I've been feeling energized. I should just man up and stop being irrational. I've been making a killing with this free time and newfound focus. I made $5,000 in a single day of trading virtual property. That's not including my online poker proceeds over the last week, which are through the goddamn roof. Suddenly, I have this intuitive grasp of numbers that I never had before. I've been living my life in a daze until now. They were right. This really is changing my life. Here's a rather peculiar story for you guys. I was sitting on the couch minding my own business when I noticed a couple of gleaming eyes staring at me from the dark corner. I thought nothing of it, knowing it must have been Twig skulking about. Cats have reflective eyes. Who else would it be? I looked away. And at the very same moment, I felt it. Twig's wrinkly little self curling up next to me. I moved back towards the corner, those beady eyes still fixed upon me with Twig clearly at my side. I blinked and the eyes were gone. Man, my brain's really trying to screw with me. It had to have been mental. Yet I remember it with such lucidity. Come to think of it, I should have known it wasn't Twig from the start. Cat's eyes don't glow red. Anyways, let's hope it was just a freak brain malfunction. After all, what else could it possibly be? I'm gonna run out of food eventually. Obviously, I could go to the store and restock myself, but the thought scares me. The thought of leaving the safety of my apartment, the thought of social interaction. I now dread it more than I ever have. I never have preferred going out to staying in, but I never dreaded it this much. I wasn't always so terribly afraid. None of my instant messenger friends have been online lately, and they stopped upvoting my blog posts. Who's gonna get my groceries? What if I have to go out there? I shouldn't be panicking like this, honestly. I'm being stupid. Stop panicking, you idiot. Stop panicking, you idiot. Stop panicking. My friend Jake came online. It was a temporary relief that lasted about as long as it took him to say, "I'm not dropping off the food until you agree to get out of the house." That was his offer, entailing that I leave the house and go clubbing with the guys in exchange for help. I declined out of pure fear. He was worried for my health, apparently, I can't blame him for thinking I'm becoming a feral hermit doomed to die alone in this pathetic slum. But he just doesn't understand. Nobody understands me. At least I'm pretty sure I got enough food to last until Thanksgiving. If I stretch it. I need to tell you about another strange experience I had yesterday. I've been leaving my TV on lately so the silence doesn't irritate me. That children's show Bucko's Garden was on. You know, the show we all watched as kids until we were mature enough to realize how mindless and nonsensical it was. Yeah, that show. It was playing in the background on my boxy old TV in the corner. Eventually, it distracted me and I found myself zoning into it, for lack of better things to do. It must have been a Thanksgiving episode, considering Bucko, a guy dressed like a deer with a human face, was in the kitchen preparing sweet potatoes and cranberries. This is about as intelligible as the show gets. Things got a bit weird when he decided to let the anthropomorphic cranberries go into his garden at the last minute, as if they were captive insects. The sweet potatoes weren't so lucky. Bucko sent his bird friend to retrieve a pumpkin pie from the pie tree, and his squirrel friends to collect gravy from the gravy cow, who coincidentally regurgitates mashed potatoes to boot. I told you this show was weird. But that's not even the start. I didn't realize something was off until Bucko pulled out a knife, a full-fledged razor-sharp knife that you wouldn't expect to see in such a benign show. With the other hand, he opened the oven, pulled it out. Not a ham, not a turkey. A roasted human fetus. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. How on earth could this be allowed on television? Were my eyes deceiving me? I don't know, but I turned it off as soon as he started cutting into it. The gore was too much, even for me. I'm still having a hard time believing what my own eyes clearly saw. I couldn't have been dreaming. I haven't had so much as a nap in 15 days. I don't even know. Maybe something's wrong with me. I've been forgetting my PC login password, even after I changed it to something else and I wrote it down. I forgot where I wrote it down. Where I wrote it, forgot it. God, I can't even think properly right now. I'm not gonna lie. I'm scared out of my mind right now. I walked into the bathroom planning to take my first shower in weeks. I never imagined I'd open the door and see anything more than my own reflection in the mirror. Instead, I saw it, standing behind me, staring, completely motionless. I froze and panicked more than I ever have in my entire life. You don't know true fear. You don't even have a clue. I can still see it ingrained in my mind. The face, it was demonic. It was gone as soon as it came. I'd say I was just imagining things, but it felt all too real. I'm not going into that bathroom ever again. I'll just go in the kitchen sink or something. I wonder if these pills are screwing with my head. I need to stop. I need to stop now. I don't even feel safe in my own apartment anymore. I feel like the shadows are watching me. I tried to stop the pills again, but I had a change of heart at the last minute. Something told me not to, like a voice in my head. I just feel like it would be wrong and somehow my life would fall apart if I stopped. I don't think this is normal, the way I'm living. But I can't imagine it any other way. I can't imagine stepping into the light. Or even the moonlight, for that matter. All of my instant messenger contacts have been offline since Jake last talked to me. And I don't know if my food will last another week. Twig's getting pretty skinny since I've been eating her cat food to stretch my supplies a bit. But she'll be okay as long as someone comes online by Thanksgiving. Speaking of which, nobody invited me over for Thanksgiving dinner. Not even my family. That's okay. I hate my parents anyways. Screw them. I've been hearing more voices inside my head. Horrible voices. It's really scaring me and I don't know what to do. Is it some sort of side effect or something? I can't hear myself think sometimes, like I'm losing control over my own thoughts. And these thoughts I have are so dark. It's not like me to think that way. I would never hurt anyone. I'm not like that. I tried going to necrosleep.net again, just to see if there's something I missed about side effects. And it said the domain is no longer in use. The site was shut down. I don't know what to do anymore. I'm terrified of myself. Knock, knock. I yelled through the drafty door, asking who it was. It was my friends, Jake and Douglas. Apparently they wanted to help me after seeing my blog post of distress. But sure enough, it was only under the condition that I open the door and come out. Very suspicious. How do I really know I can trust them? I know I've trusted them for years, but what if they were just earning my trust so they could pull something more sinister later on? What if they give me drugged food? What if they stab me when I open the door? It just occurred to me that I have no real proof that I can trust them. I can't even trust myself anymore. I don't even know who I am. Maybe my whole life I've been a sadistic freak and didn't even know it. Maybe my true self is just now coming out. Maybe everyone is evil. The voices won't stop. I used to think they were malevolent, but now I'm not so sure. Sometimes it feels like they're trying to liberate me. They want me to listen to them desperately. They show me things, horrible things. And yet these things don't seem horrible to me anymore. I'm numb. I don't feel anything. But I know there's one thing I can do to make me feel again. Part of me says it's terribly wrong. But the voices tell me otherwise. Twig is in heaven now. I had to do it. I had to know what it tasted like. It was satisfying. But I need more. I thought I'd never leave this room again, but I don't have a choice anymore. I need more of it. The face is getting angry. The voices are getting angry. My head hurts so bad. I need more. It hurts so much. I need more. They're hurting me. I need to feed them more. They need more. I need more. I have to make it stop. I need more. I need more. Make it stop. Police arrived on the scene after a frantic 911 call from Margaret Murdoch, confirmed to be the aggressor's mother. The victim, Paul Murdoch, the aggressor's father, was found in the process of being mauled and cannibalized by the aggressor, Reed Murdoch, whose face and mouth was covered in blood and brain matter. Reed was shot dead after refusing to stop his assault on his own father, whose skull was torn open entirely. Drug use is suspected to be involved. Reed Murdoch's residence was inspected thoroughly by investigators. A hairless, headless, and disemboweled cat carcass was found on the kitchen counter. The cat's blood and bodily fluids were spilled throughout the house, while the head was found crushed, brain completely removed, nowhere to be found. The apartment was clearly inhabited by a mentally insane individual, given the foul and uncleanly nature of the place. An old TV rested in the corner, turned on, displaying only static and white noise. It had no antenna. A suspicious packet of unidentified pills was recovered. The resident's computer and other personal effects were confiscated and await further analysis. The contents of Reed Murdoch's digestive tract was a mixture of human tissue, mostly brain matter, and cerebral spinal fluid. Examination of his own brain, however, was even more perplexing. His brain was clearly and visibly deteriorating. The brain tissue was black and red, rather than the usual pinkish gray, and riddled with holes throughout. Closer examination revealed thousands of small black parasites to be consuming the brain. This was undoubtedly the cause of the man's psychosis. Testing on the parasites was inconclusive. They didn't match any known species. Further testing is required. The unknown pills recovered from Murdoch's apartment have been tested and confirmed to contain a plethora of uncommon substances, including obscure, highly addictive, euphoric drugs, human hormones, and parasitic eggs, presumably meant to remain dormant in a cool place until introduced into the body, allowing them to hatch and eventually invade the brain. It is unclear how he acquired the pills and where they came from. Whoever concocted them surely had malicious intent. Two friends of Reed Murdoch, Jake Fairfax and Douglas Lopez, were questioned at the police station. Immediately, they referred to his online blog, where he allegedly recorded his path to eventual insanity. It was found that the blog was somehow removed for reasons unknown. They were aware of the unknown pills Reed was taking, claiming they originated from the website necrosleep.net. Investigators later confirmed the website does not exist.
That was Necrosleep by Lemniskate 64. An editor can make or break a project. They can rework things to how they see fit. In our story here, one man, obsessed with making his favorite shows and movies adhere to his fantasies, pushes things too far. This is Lost Episodes.
Back in the 80s, I met this guy, Sid, who used to cut old VHS tapes. It was more than a hobby for him. It was pretty much his entire life. His parents were a bit more wealthy than I'd been blessed with, so when we were teenagers and I was slaving away at Scats, yes, Scats, fast food restaurant, he just hung around the house, cutting tapes, all day, all night. Of course, as you get older, things in your past become a bit clearer, and I think he might have been borderline autistic, or maybe he was a very high-functioning person with Asperger's. Of course, I'm no expert, and I'm not saying that was the case. It's just the best and quickest way I can think of to explain his personality and this obsession with cutting tapes. It started when he saw Old Yeller as a little kid. For whatever reason, his parents let him watch that shit. If you're unfamiliar with it, it's the tale of a boy and his dog. I hope I don't have to announce the spoiler on such an old movie, but in the end, the boy has to shoot his own dog because it's rabid. Sid didn't appreciate this. His dad photographed and videotaped weddings, so he showed Sid how to operate some of the machines, and Sid cut out the ending, replacing it with an earlier happy scene, as if Old Yeller just suddenly got better off screen. He watched the tape obsessively after that, even into his early teens when I'd first met him. He made me watch it once to show how he fixed it. And I could actually picture him as a little boy once he started plotting and cheering his own faux ending. I don't want to say I was a bad influence, but after I saw it, I asked him if he could do that with other movies. My major interest was perhaps taking a film or two, cutting in some nude frames the actresses hadn't really done. But don't worry, I never had the guts to actually ask if he would. I just imagined how cool it would be. Often. Sid told me that yes, he could fix any movie he wanted. In fact, he had done it with a few others. He had a copy of a Ghostbusters cartoon, and I shit you not, every single ghost was completely removed. The story made no sense, there was no continuity. But he had accomplished it, and I was very impressed. I guess in the time of VHS, these things seemed more magical than they do nowadays. As time went by, I encouraged Sid to edit more movies, but with different purposes. Instead of whitewashing all the scary stuff like he wanted to do, I got him to see the light on how awesome he could make things. Somewhere out there, this chubby Star Wars nerd from our high school has all 3 original films flawlessly cut together, with edited-in effects that would have made George Lucas himself cry out, "Enough meddling." We charged him like $20 for the only copy, because we were idiots. Anyway, this went on for a while before I lost most of my interest in it. It was more of a goof for me than it was for him. This is the point where I started working, started driving, started taking bases with the local girls, while he just got more and more involved in cutting those tapes. I think his favorites were cartoons. When The Simpsons came around, he went apeshit with those. Now, his edits weren't so much fixing things as just breaking them in interesting ways. Another thing that sticks out in my mind is when he recorded an episode of MASH and cut it with a gory old war flick. Halfway through his version, the camp gets bombed, soldiers invade, everyone dies. At the end, he specifically worked in freeze frames of each cast member's face, eyes closed. He had completely reversed his interest and embraced what had once terrified him: scary endings. He seemed to love things like long, drawn-out sequences and terrifying silence. He'd make me be quiet while they played, too. You may have heard about this mysterious fellow named Banksy, who goes around creating interesting graffiti and whatnot. At one point, he went into a music store and replaced some of Paris Hilton's CDs with his own fakes. Banksy had nothing on Sid. Every other week, he'd tell me about some store or a video rental place he'd snuck some of his tapes into. He swapped out the real ones for his versions, and then he'd start all over by cutting the ones he had stolen. At one point, when I hadn't heard from him in a long while, I stopped by his parents' house and found him in the garage. He'd set up his own little movie studio there, complete with a drawing board. He was actually animating entirely new content. All at once, I was both blown away by his artistic skill I'd never seen before, and very concerned about when this guy was going to come out of the dark and start acting normal. He barely looked up from his drawings as we spoke. I asked him what any kid, now in his late teens, would ask. "What the fuck is wrong with you?"
Huh?
Seriously, dude, this is some crazy shit.
It's work. I'm working. My work is just as important as everyone else's.
Are you even selling these anymore, or are you just sneaking them into places? How much is all this costing your dad?
I don't care.
I looked at what he was so fervently illustrating. Is that a headless body dancing?
Yeah,
That's pretty dark, man.
I know. That's the point.
I don't get it.
Those tapes, I thought they were wrong. But over time I figured out the truth.
Which is what?
The scary stuff is right. The happy endings are the lie.
He just kept drawing as I stood there. The silence was disturbing. And in that moment, I could smell the BO coming off of him. Wasn't just sweat either. It was a mingling of that. A foul ass and piss-soaked cloth. I hate to say it, but I gave up on him right then. It's that moment when you look at someone you thought you knew, and all that you can think is, holy shit, I never realized they were this far gone. It wasn't until I was in my 30s that Sid crossed my mind again. I was perusing the internet, just aimlessly wandering the web, when I came across the series of urban legends about strange VHS tapes, recut movies, and lost episodes. Some of these I recognized. I watched them with Sid, or I'd actually seen him in the middle of working on them. Every disturbing scene, every unbelievable anecdote, I believed it, because I had been there. Others, SpongeBob cartoons, episodes of iCarly, or whatever. Those shows came long after I'd made my break with Sid. But the style was all too familiar. Even the ones that didn't sound like his work seemed like they could have been broken copies or attempts at mimicking his work. He was still doing it. It boggled my mind. I called up Sid's old number, not entirely sure I'd still find him there. It rang for minutes on end, and I knew that the search was hopeless. Even if he still lived with his parents, it wasn't likely they'd all still be at the same house by now. Still, I made it a point to drive out to his old place to see if he was still in that garage, cutting tapes or manipulating them via computer, or whatever he'd be up to. When I passed by the house, the unkept lawn was overgrown with huge, waist-high weeds. the dilapidated facade of the building, with its peeling paint on the shutters, missing roof tiles, and muck-filled gutters, told me no one had lived there for a long time. I saw a note on the door, but couldn't read it from the road. Maybe it was something I could use to locate Sid and see if he'd ever gotten the help I now realized I should have given him. Pulling into the driveway, my headlights illuminated the garage door. It was windowless and vandalized with the gangster tags of some traveling band of assholes. The note on the door, as one might expect, spoke of a certain bank now owning the property. It noted that trespassing was heavily discouraged, and that at a certain point, someone would be out to make sure the house was winterized. Whatever the hell that is. As I walked back to the car, defeated, something was nagging at me. I knew that Sid's parents kept a spare key under a false rock by the back stairs, basically by virtue of Sid locking us both out on several occasions. When I found that key, a sense of cold, gnawing dread swirled in my stomach. Who would move out and leave everything in place like this? The key was the most obvious thing, but flower pots and lawn decorations were still there. Sid's old, rusted-out Huffy bike was leaning against the house and had created a thick, rusty streak along the aluminum siding. I don't even know what I expected to find, but using the key, I entered the house. The smell was overwhelming. Not a putrid smell, nothing rotten or decaying. Just the smell of... I don't know if this would make any sense to you, but the smell of electricity. Like burning dust on a light bulb, or a heater giving off a peculiar warmed metal odor. That was the least of my concerns, however, as I saw everything just as I had left it. Everything Sid's family owned was frozen in time. The dining room table we'd all sat at on many occasions was dust-covered and supported an emaciated dead rat, which had all but turned to dust. The television, that bulky, oversized television set we all sat around to watch Sid's tapes and laud his creativity. It sat where it always had been, silently displaying a violent bombardment of black and white static. As I moved through the rooms, the sense of panic and discomfort within me only grew. Every fiber of my being was shouting, "Run! Run, you fucking idiot!" Still, I pressed on into Sid's bedroom. It was now empty and in disrepair. His prized action figures and blank videotapes. Hundreds of videotapes. Stale and water-damaged. I almost wanted to call out, to shout, "Sid," and wait for him to appear as if nothing was out of the ordinary. I went into his parents' bedroom, and there, lying in bed, were two motionless bodies. Gaunt, gray, half turned to dust, just like the rat in the dining room. I could scarcely believe what I was seeing with my own eyes. Not only were two dead bodies slowly dissipating within the confines of this once idyllic suburban household. But nobody had even checked on them. Nobody had discovered this until now. My mind raced. My heart raced. The only thing that wouldn't move were my feet, which remained glued to the spot. Sid, I thought, must have done this. There was no way the two of them would just lie down one night and simultaneously die of natural causes. Sid had said he didn't care about his parents, and when was the last time I had seen them? I hadn't seen them for days. Maybe weeks before the last time I talked to Sid. When I finally left the room, I took out my cell phone and began dialing 911. However, as soon as I lifted it to my head, an ear-splitting shriek of interference nearly caused me to fling the object across the room. I rushed to the kitchen phone, squealing static. I tried the living room phone, just to be thorough. Static. It wasn't until I put the receiver back down that I heard it. Music. Faint. Barely audible music that I hadn't noticed before. It seemed to be some repeating melody. Happy and light. Some flutes. Maybe a whole horn section. I followed the peppy tune to the in-house door to the garage. Pressing my ear to the door's dirty surface, I determined that the music was indeed coming from just beyond. "Sid?" I called out, barely managing to form the name with cold, bloodless lips. "Sid, are you in there? Are you all right?" I tried the door only to find it somehow locked from the other side. It was no matter, since one wild kick nearly knocked the rotting wood off its hinges. "Sid?" I shouted as the dust slowly cleared. Through the haze, I could only see the light of a television screen. Vibrant colors. Blue, green, yellow. Soon, I could make out a cartoon playing on the screen. Then, the silver wires running from the set itself to some dark mass. Then, the dark mass took shape as my eyes adjusted to the odd lighting. It was Sid. Or rather, his body. Not dead nearly as long as his parents. Seated in an old office chair. The wires from the television set led directly to his body, eventually disappearing into several old, crusted-over holes in his leathery flesh. Through a small worm-eaten opening in his ribs, I thought I could see more metal inside of him. I walked to Sid's side, holding my hand over my mouth for fear of vomiting. His face was twisted into a hideous, wide grin. His empty eye sockets almost seemed happy, hooded by a pleased brow line.
"Hi there!"
I heard a jarring voice. The voice was upbeat, high-pitched. It sounded almost like Sid, but different. Bubbly, cartoony. I turned to the screen. The green grass, the blue sky, yellow flowers, and Sid. A perfect caricature of him. It strolled along the infinite loop of that utopian cartoon background. It waved to me. Sid. Oh God. Sid. He, the cartoon version of him, turned his attention away from me and continued to merrily stroll across that unending cycle of the same backdrop. He passed a shrub, then passed it again and again. The same bluebird, chirping happily, flew through the sky in a figure eight. Sid. I shook my head, unable to comprehend the scenario. I never should have let you leave reality. I thought about what Sid had done to his mom and dad. I thought about how the bank would come by soon, and this would all come to light. I watched Sid walk along for nearly a half hour. Then, I unplugged the set.
That was Lost Episodes by Slime Beast. When working for a studio, you get to see ideas that never make it to the public. However, what one intern was witness to probably should be left hidden. This is Squidward's suicide.
I was an intern at Nickelodeon Studios for a year in 2005 for my degree in animation. It wasn't paid, of course, most internships aren't. But it did have some perks beyond education. To adults, it might not seem like a big one, but most kids at the time would shit themselves over it. Now, since I worked directly with the editors and animators, I got to view the new episodes days before they aired. I'll get right to it without giving too many unnecessary details. They had very recently made the SpongeBob movie, and the entire staff was somewhat sapped of creativity, so it took them longer to start up the season. But the delay lasted longer for more upsetting reasons. There was a problem with the series for premiere that set everyone and everything back for several months. Me and 2 other interns were in the editing room, along with the lead animators and sound editors for the final cut. We received the copy that was supposed to be Fear of a Krabby Patty and gathered around the screen to watch. Now, given that it isn't final yet, animators often put up mock title cards. Sort of an inside joke for us, with phony, oftentimes lewd titles such as How Sex Doesn't Work instead of Rockabye Bivalve, when SpongeBob and Patrick adopt a sea scallop. Nothing particularly funny, but work-related chuckles. So when we saw the title card, Squidward's Suicide, we didn't think it more than a morbid joke. One of the interns did a small throat laugh at it. The happy-go-lucky music plays as is normal. The story began with Squidward practicing his clarinet, hitting a few sour notes like normal. We hear SpongeBob laughing outside and Squidward stops, yelling at him to keep it down as he has a concert that night and needs to practice. SpongeBob says okay and goes to see Sandy with Patrick. The bubble splash screen comes up and we see the ending of Squidward's concert. This is when things began to seem off. While playing, a few frames repeat themselves, but the sound doesn't. At this point, sound is synced up with the animation, so yes, that's not common. But when he stops playing, the sound finishes as if the skip never happened. There is slight murmuring in the crowd before they begin to boo him. Not normal cartoon booing that is common in the show, but you could very clearly hear malice in it. Squidward's in full frame and looks visibly afraid. The shot goes to the crowd, with SpongeBob in center frame. And he too is booing, very much unlike him. That isn't the oddest thing, though. What is odd is everyone had these over-detailed eyes. Clearly not shots of real people's eyes, as the series has done before, but something a bit more real than CGI. Pupils were red. Some of us looked at each other, obviously confused, but since we weren't the writers, we didn't question its appeal to children yet. The shot goes to Squidward, sitting on the edge of his bed, looking very forlorn. The view out of his porthole window is of a night sky, so it isn't very long after the concert. The unsettling part is at this point, there is no sound. Literally, no sound, not even the feedback from the speakers in the room. It's as if the speakers were turned off, though their status showed them working perfectly. He just sat there, blinking, in a silence for about 30 seconds. Then he started to sob, softly. He put his hands over his eyes and cried quietly for a full minute more, all the while a sound in the background, very slowly, growing from nothing to barely audible, sounded like a slight breeze through a forest. The screen slowly begins to zoom in on his face, and by slow, I mean it's only noticeable if you look at shots 10 seconds apart, side by side. His sobbing gets louder, more full of hurt and anger. The screen then twitches a bit, as if it twists in on itself, for a split second, then back to normal. The wind through the trees sound gets slowly louder and more severe, as if a storm is brewing somewhere. The eerie part is the sound, and Squidward's sobbing. They sounded real, as if the sound wasn't coming from the speakers, but as if the speakers were holes and the sound was coming through from the other side. As good a sound as the studio likes to have. They don't purchase the equipment to be that good to produce sound of that quality. Below the sound of the wind and sobbing, very faint, something sounded like laughing. It came at odd intervals and never lasted more than a second, so you had a hard time pinning it. We watched this show twice, so pardon me if things sound too specific, but I've had time to think about them. After 30 seconds of this, the screen blurred and twitched violently, and something flashed over the screen, as if a single frame was replaced. The lead animation editor paused and rewound frame by frame. And what we saw was horrible. It was a still photo of a dead child. He couldn't have been more than 6. The face was mangled and bloodied. One eye dangling over his upturned face popped. He was naked down to his underwear, his stomach crudely cut open and his entrails laying beside him. He was laying on some pavement that was probably a road. The most upsetting part was that there was a shadow of the photographer. There was no crime tape, no evidence tags or markers, and the angle was completely off for a shot designed to be evidence. It would seem the photographer was the person responsible for the child's death. We were, of course, mortified, but pressed on, hoping that it was just a sick joke. The screen flipped back to Squidward, still sobbing, louder than before, and half body in frame. There was now what appeared to be blood running down from his eyes. The blood was also done in a very detailed style, looking as if you could touch it and you'd get blood on your fingers. The wind sounded now as if it were that of a gale blowing through the forest. There were even snapping sounds of branches, a laughing, a deep baritone, lasting at longer intervals and coming more frequently. After about 20 seconds, the screen again twisted and showed a single frame photo. The editor was reluctant to go back. We all were. But he knew he had to. This time, the photo was that of what appeared to be a little girl, no older than the first child. She was laying on her stomach, her hair ties in a pool of blood next to her. Her left eye was too popped out and exploded. Naked except for underpants. Her entrails were piled on top of her, above another crude cut along her back. Again, the body was on the street, and the photographer's shadow was visible, very similar in size and shape to the first. I had to choke back vomit, and one intern, the only female in the room, ran out. The show resumed. About 5 seconds after this second photo played, Squidward went silent, as did all sound, like it was when this scene started. He put his tentacles down, and his eyes were now done in the overly realistic way, like the others in the beginning of this episode. They were bleeding, bloodshot and pulsating. He just stared at the screen, as if watching the viewer. After about 10 seconds, he started sobbing, this time not covering his eyes. The sound was piercing and loud, and worst of all, his sobbing was mixed with screams. Tears and blood were dripping down his face at a heavy rate. The wind sound came back, and so did the deep voice laughing. And this time the still photo lasted for a good 5 frames. The animator was able to stop it on the 4th and backed up. This time the photo was of a boy, about the same age. This time the scene was different. The entrails were just being pulled out from a stomach wound by a large hand. The right eye popped and dangling, blood trickling down it. The animator proceeded. It was hard to believe, but the next one was different. We couldn't tell what. He went on to the next, same thing. He went back to the first and played them quicker. And I lost it. I vomited on the floor. The animating and sound editors gasping at the screen. 5 frames were not as if they were 5 different photos. They were played out as if they were frames from a video. We saw the hand slowly lift out the guts. We saw the kid's only eye focus on it. We even saw 2 frames of the kid beginning to blink. The lead sound editor told us to stop. He had to call in the creator to see this. Mr. Hillenberg arrived within about 15 minutes. He was confused as to why he was called down there, so the editor just continued the episode. Once the few frames were shown, all screaming, all sound again stopped. Squidward was just staring at the viewer, full frame of the face, for about 3 seconds. The shot quickly panned out, and that deep voice that was laughing spoke. "Do it." And we see in Squidward's hands a shotgun. He immediately puts the gun in his mouth and pulls the trigger. Realistic blood and brain matter splatters the wall behind him and his bed, and he flies back with the force. The last 5 seconds of this episode show his body on the bed, on his side, one eye dangling on what's left of his head above the floor, staring blankly at it. Then the episode ends. Mr. Hillenberg is obviously angry at this. He demanded to know what was going on. Most people left the room at this point, so it's just a handful of us to watch it again. Viewing the episode twice only served to imprint the entirety of it in my mind. It caused me horrible nightmares for some time afterwards. I regret that I stayed. The only theory we could think of was the file was edited by someone in the chain from the drawing studio to here. The CTO was called in to analyze when it happened. The analysis of the file did show it was edited over by new material. However, the timestamp of it was a mere 24 seconds before we began viewing it. All equipment involved was examined for foreign software and hardware, as well as glitches, as if the timestamp may have glitched and showed the wrong time. But everything was checked out fine. We didn't know what happened, and to this day, nobody does. There was an investigation due to the nature of the photos, but nothing came of it. No child scene was identified and no clues were gathered from the data involved, nor physical clues in the photos. I never believed in unexplainable phenomena before, but now that I've seen something happen and can't prove anything about it beyond anecdotal evidence, I think twice about things.
That was Squidward's suicide. A man believes his life to be tormented by an unseen force. His attempts to evade this invisible foe leads him to desperate measures. This is the algorithm.
Sometime during the third consecutive night spent huddled over the toilet, insides heaving and shuddering as I vomit forth seemingly everything I've ever eaten, I'd realized what's happening. He's trying to poison me. It's all so elegant, so perfect, so clear that I almost laugh. But another barrage of retching forces me into silence. The next morning, I threw everything in the kitchen away, wrapping it 3 times in black plastic and burying it deep in the apartment's communal trash cans to prevent an unfortunate transient from the crossfire of his wrath. I am out the door of the complex and halfway to the corner store when I realize he knows. He must know where I would stop. I pick a direction and walk, enjoying the chill winter air that soothes the ragged shreds of my insides. I turn at random intervals, following an improbable path out of my familiar neighborhood, until I find a small shop with an unfamiliar name. Once inside, I hurriedly fill a small plastic basket, brands that I never have eaten, strange tins of ethnic ingredients I don't recognize, foods that I'd never thought of buying, soy milk, tofu. I can feel my stomach reborn in anticipation of an untainted meal. I prepare the meal in a fog of nervous anticipation, trying to focus on savoring the aromas and the grease-spitting sounds of the frying pan. It tastes clean, but then, so is every other meal before this. I try to tell myself that the mounting pain inside me is simply fear and anxiety. But before the stroke of midnight, I am again crouched in the dingy bathroom, surrendering the day's work into the porcelain mouth of the sewer. The next day, I pack up the remaining food and dispose of it with the same care. I eat out that day, layering debt onto the last of my credit cards at restaurants on the opposite side of town. He is more clever than I could have ever imagined, and I am awash in despair as I spend another sleepless night gagging and sobbing on the tile floor. I imagine the algorithm, the perfect predictive models at his disposal, brilliantly charting every move across the city. Every time I thought I'd outwitted him, I was willingly walking into his web. I buy a candy bar from a vending machine in a theater, and I hold it close like a talisman. When I get home, I fill the bath a few inches deep with rust-colored water and hold the little plastic wrap bundle beneath the water and squeeze. I know that I will see it, but it still breaks my heart when I do. A thin, almost invisible stream of bubbles picks out the point where a foreign object has pierced the protective layer. Through the haze of piercing hunger, I convince myself to try. Just one bite, and to take that chance. It's a gamble that I do not win. In the small hours of the morning, as I press my fists into my empty, protesting belly, I imagine the legion of his followers sliding silently through the restaurants and produce aisles of my life, slipping hypodermic needles into carefully selected packages of food. They are ruining and corrupting at his whim, surgical and efficient, before vanishing into the throng of the city at my approach. They will always be one step ahead of me, until I learn to think in new ways, to chart new cognitive pathways, turn the game back upon him. So I tell myself, this is what I must do. The first day of my new life, I spend in the small living area of my apartment, organizing my thoughts with clean and sterile efficiency, and conserving what energy I can from my wasting body. Night brings the retching sickness, but all that rises is water and pills, half digested in the bilious water. The pills. Of course. Not for the first time, I feel a sharp twinge of respect for crystalline perfection of his plans. I dump the last of my dozen prescriptions into the toilet. On my third day, I feel a clarity and sense of purpose that shocks me in its intensity, and my will penetrates the starvation malaise. I must win, or I will die. The rashes and sores in my cheeks are deeper, and I can feel the gentle sway of loose teeth in my desiccated mouth when I grind them in thought. He is winning. But not for long. There is still time. Water. I collect from the roof in a small army of cheap hardware buckets. I know that somewhere in the Byzantine plumbing of the aged building, there must be one of his infernally clever devices. A tiny pump, squatting like a predator, impulsing its vile contents into the water main. I'll have to give up bathing. A small sacrifice. The rainwater will keep me alive for a little while longer. But I must find a way to eat. The answer comes to me in small, unconnected puzzle pieces over the next few days. While gently working another loose molar from my bleeding gums, they suddenly snap together, and a warm, smothering blanket of epiphany coats my aching frame. The clattering of the tooth into the sink basin is like the ringing of bells. Late in the evening, I begin another unconscious drive, drifting through the city on shaking and atrophied legs, knowing full well that he is watching. But this, my beautiful solution, is beyond even his reach. I choose the house at random, and then, in one final attempt to baffle the algorithm, turn around and choose another house across this little tree-lined street. I sift through the mail. It's a small sample size, but enough to confirm the most necessary of facts. A single occupant. The poor man is surprised to have a visitor at all, and his face contorts with fear as I force my way inside. I am flooded with guilt and regret as I push him to the floor and strike quickly with the crowbar I pull from the folds of my jacket. No, I must steel myself. This is his fault. He has brought us to this. And this poor man is just another of his victims. I make quick work of the meat. The muscle memories of the summers spent hunting in the mountains, flaring up with each cut. I allow myself a quick bite, a feast to my shrunken and withered stomach. The iron and mineral salt taste floods my head like a vapor, and I bawl in relief like a child. When I have the meat packed away, tied into my rucksack, I light a single candle on the top floor of the little house and turn the gas range on high. I am not yet home when I hear the low rumble in the distance, the pulsing lights of fire engines highlighting the black cloud hanging in the sky. For the first time in more than a month, I sleep well. My body rapidly healing as pure, untainted nutrients penetrates my cells. I'm not yet well, but after a few more meals, I will be ready once more to fight him. I know I can beat him now. I know the algorithm can only predict the actions of my past self, bound by the laws and morals of the old world. That world is dead. I am a free man.
That was The Algorithm by Joseph K. New York City is bombarded by an unusually strong winter storm. However, what it brings is far worse than slippery roads or cold temperatures. This is Faces in the Storm.
It's been 28 days since the 17th of December. The rain hasn't faltered for a second since then. It keeps falling in sheets, driving down from the heavens like a waterfall. Outside, you feel like you could drown walking. When this all started out, I don't think that anyone thought much of it. I mean, this nightmare was just another winter storm then. It started in a kind of odd place, out in the North Atlantic, across from the Gulf of St. Lawrence. But I'm not sure that that meant anything to people who weren't meteorologists or oceanographers. The storm started out expanding very rapidly. I'm not sure if it's still growing or not, since the TV hasn't come on for more than 3 weeks. It sure hasn't moved at all. Things started looking more bizarre when the wind failed to move the storm. It just kept hammering New England, growing south along the coastline from Maine all the way down to where I live, in Nassau County, just outside of New York City. The weather forecast changed every few minutes as forecasters revised their estimates, going from saying there would be light flurries to saying that there would be a few inches of snow, to saying that there would be an absolute blizzard across the city, and that everyone should stay inside. My wife, Sarah, couldn't heed that warning though. She had to go to work, and I had to stay home and take care of our 5-year-old daughter, Tanya. When my wife walked outside that morning, I promised her that I would keep Tanya safe, watching Sarah pull out of the driveway in her Nissan Altima. I had no idea that would be the last time I would ever see her. As the day wore on, the weather took a turn for the worse. It looked like the weather forecasters were right, predicting one of the worst storms New York had seen in over a century. It amazed me when the power stayed on late into the night, but I wasn't complaining. You never know exactly how bad a blackout really is until you go through one with a 5-year-old who's still terrified of the dark. Not that I can say I'm not scared of the dark anymore myself. Last time we saw the cheerful, smiling forecaster on the Weather Channel, they were saying that the storm had expanded south into New Jersey, and that we could receive 2 feet of snow during the night. It was at about 6:23 p.m., I think. Less than a minute later, the Weather Channel cut off. Every program on television changed to a warning, telling everyone to get out of New York City along whatever bridge they could take and avoid Manhattan Island. I tried to reach the company where Sarah worked on my phone, but the lines were down. I didn't really know what was going on, but I decided to listen to the reporters on my TV and get Tanya out of the city. I struggled with the idea that I shouldn't just desert Sarah, who worked in Manhattan. When I got outside, I realized that I couldn't possibly risk going there. To the south, across the horizon, the dark clouds of night were painted red with flames. The traffic was horrible, not as bad as you might think. A lot of people were reluctant to leave. They all seemed to be in shock. I drove my Cadillac along the roads through Nassau and Queens, seeing a lot of people standing by the roadside, watching the shadow of the flames flickering against the sky, but running into far fewer actually driving along the road. Some of the people were slowly making their way by foot out of the city, and as time went on, the traffic congestion got a bit worse. But amazingly, I was able to get myself and Tanya out of New York before it became so bad that I couldn't drive at all. I still remember looking across the harbor on the road from Queens to the mainland and seeing Manhattan Island burning. I don't think that I'll ever forget that. Tanya kept staring out the window, speechless and tired. I don't know for certain what time it happened to be, but I think it was past 11. All night, I drove through the countryside, trying to pick up a radio station that could tell me what was going on. There was nothing anywhere, except news of the mandatory evacuation of New York. It seemed odd to me that I had seen very few police officers and no military officials anywhere. Now, looking back, I think they were probably all either elsewhere or dead. The next day, things were worse. The weather started getting warmer, and the snow turned to rain. Piles of snow by the roadside were melting, and the blacktop was covered with water and mud. The clouds kept getting darker as the day went on, and we ran into more and more traffic coming from places all along coastal New England. The radio evacuation order was going out to everyone from Massachusetts south to New Jersey. By the time that night fell, it was pretty hard to tell night from day. Tanya started asking me where her mom was, and I had to lie to her and tell her that Sarah was okay. I was lying to myself as well. I thought that maybe she was somewhere along the highway right now, safely in her silver Altima. I have no doubts now that she was already dead. We eventually had to pull off the road and go to sleep in our car. There were some strange sounds in the night around us. My daughter kept waking up, scared that the monster she believed had been living under her bed in the cell was there with us, living under the car. I told her that it was all just her imagination, but I couldn't help hearing the scratching on the undercarriage, or the occasional low purr coming from somewhere further out in the night. When morning came, everything seemed well again. That is, until I got moving. I wanted to believe that the sounds I had heard the night before, the ever-present sense of something out there in the night, had all been figments of my imagination. What I saw along the roadside shook that pleasant notion from my head. Everywhere, there were cars still sitting on the roadside, their windows broken out, and their doors sometimes torn off of their hinges. In front of some, deep trails led through the melting snow into the distance. There was no way that I was going to stay out in the car that night. Instead, I chose to find a house along the road, which looked empty, and I broke in. To be more accurate, I knocked on the door, and it creaked open on its own. No one was inside. So I decided that I and Tanya could stay in there for the night. The door locked safely and securely behind us, and we seemed to be safe. We've been in that house ever since. At first, we stayed in the upper part of the house, But as the nights and the days grew together into one dark, pitch-black blur, we decided that the basement was probably safer. Just in time, too. Soon after we went down into the basement, I heard something break down the front door and crash around in the upper part of the building, toppling tables and knocking over the television. Time passed slowly, eternally dragging on. The temperature kept getting warmer and warmer until it began to feel more like the middle of summer than the middle of winter. Then, one night, I think it was impossible to tell, the world around us grew warmer than the inside of an oven. I can't say that the temperature was lower than 150 degrees. It was almost literally scalding. A little bit of water had started creeping into the basement through windows high up on the walls, and my daughter and I tried to stay out of it because it was nearly hot enough to boil. That was the night I saw something I really wish that I could just unsee. My daughter went to sleep early. She was tired, and I think a little sick. For a while, I let her sleep alone, choosing to look out through one of the closed windows where no water was pouring in. At first, I saw nothing but the pitch black of the storm. Then, I noticed something out there in the night. A few darkly glowing patches of luminescent green, coming from something I couldn't see. I watched them for a while as they bounced through the darkness, moving along at a distance I couldn't really understand. Then, there were several bright flashes of lightning, and I realized that what I was watching was much larger than anything I could have possibly imagined. How tall it was, I'm not totally sure, but I know it had to be bigger than a mountain. It was still just a shadow in the distance, but it had enough form for me to know that it was not normal, even in the twisted, alternate version of reality which comes with the storm. I could feel the heat coming off of it and coming through the window like an open fire, less than an inch from my face. In its wake, there were flames spouting up from the forest of southern New York, casting black trails of smoke against the black sky. Soon, the light from the brief outburst of lightning strikes fell away, but the green glow continued. I kept watching for a while before going back to sit with Tanya. Those images burned forever into my mind. When morning came, the world was a bit cooler. As the next day wore on, and the next after it, the temperature went even lower, and so did our stocks of food. The owners of the house had a few weeks' worth of food in the basement. Apparently, they were farmers who had kept old traditions of canning and drying their own produce. It lasted us longer than I thought, but now, we've been out for a while. I think that Tanya and I are going to head out. If the car works, we'll take it. If it doesn't, we'll figure something out. There's water everywhere, and it's more than a foot deep on the flat land here. The ground reached its saturation point weeks ago, and the water hasn't had time to drain away fully. I don't know what's going to happen if it keeps raining. I guess this part of New York will join the Atlantic Ocean. I'm just thinking that maybe we can get to safety somewhere. There has to be some place where this storm hasn't reached. I'm leaving this note here, just in case someone finds it eventually. I just want there to be some remnant of Tanya, Sarah, and I passing through this world. I don't want us all to just be 3 more faces in the storm.
That was Faces in the Storm by Dr. Malpractice. A strange substance is consuming everything in its path. Only a few are left remaining. But can they hold out till rescue arrives? If it ever does. Can you survive the Glutton?
It's been 5 days since this city officially went dark. I'm currently writing this from atop a downtown skyscraper that I work in. Rescue still hasn't come, and I'm afraid whatever it is has spread far beyond the city. That thing flooding the streets. It could be alien, a government experiment gone wrong, or even the wrath of God. Whatever it is, it seems unstoppable. 2 weeks ago, missing people's reports started cropping up, all from a small, sketchy neighborhood in the south suburbs. Over the next few days, the dozens of cases turned into hundreds. In every instance, someone would be in their house or a private place, and would just vanish into thin air. All personal belongings were still present at the scenes, and it looked like no one had left their houses in a hurry. Everyone was baffled. A state of emergency was quickly declared, and a 9 o'clock curfew was put in place and strictly enforced. Anyone caught outside was promptly arrested. But people continued to go missing. The police and various news outlets posted digital maps of the disappearances that they would update as more people continued to vanish. It was updated by the damn hour. In the center of it all was a small neighborhood. There wasn't anything special about it, though. Every city has that one poor neighborhood that most people generally avoid. When the federal government came in, they set up a quarantine zone around the area of disappearances, but people would quickly start vanishing outside the boundaries of the zone. The feds just couldn't keep up. I was at work when everything truly went to hell. It came from the sewers. Wherever there was a drain or a hole in the ground, that strange substance oozed out. Everyone was in bewilderment. News channels my coworkers and I put on the break room could only show short, shaky snippets of a yellowish substance seeping out onto the street. No one could get clear footage of it. It could have been that police were blocking people from getting near it, or for some reason anyone who saw it immediately booked the hell out of there from something the camera didn't show. The only thing we were told were vague reports ordering not to go near the substance, and most importantly, not to make contact. I worked near the top of my building, so I was 56 floors above whatever was going on, so I felt reasonably safe where I was. But over the next hour, every one of my colleagues chose to flee, deeming it unsafe to stay in the city. I could hear the distant sounds of commotion down on the streets, but when I tried looking out of the windows to see what was going on, I couldn't get a good angle. The news stopped rolling, and all I had to listen to were the sounds of panic. After a few hours, the noise grew quiet, only to be replaced by a new citywide chorus of gurgling moans. I don't know what else to describe it as. It sounded like a low, menacing hum. I decided I didn't want to travel downstairs to find out. That night, I slept in the bathroom on my floor of the building. It was the only place where I could go to block out the chorus from hell. The next morning, it was gone. It felt so eerie to have complete silence in a city. After eating some chips from the vending machine as my breakfast, I found the keys in a janitor closet that opens the hatch that leads to the roof. Once I got outside the building, I walked over to the edge to get a good look down below. What I saw was nothing like any apocalypse movie I'd ever seen. I didn't see cars on fire, or stores broken into, or bodies littering the street. All I saw was a flood of that sickly yellow substance. Only now, it was streaked a shade of red. It stretched as far as the eye could see, up and down every street. It looked worse than the footage of the Japan tsunami from 2011. Only this definitely wasn't water. The substance looked to be flooding at least 10 feet high, with only a few cars and lampposts protruding from the top. I was in total shock. It had been almost a day so far, and I began to wonder when the military or National Guard would come in and rescue folk like me. It was then that I realized I hadn't seen anyone else so far. I looked over to the office building across the street. You'd think that after the flood got really bad, people would get to higher ground. But I couldn't see a soul walking about the offices. Looking at the rest of the surrounding buildings showed no results. I tried calling family and friends who lived outside the city to see if they were okay, but I couldn't get through to anyone. I was completely alone, cut off from the world. I had a pair of binoculars our building had on the roof for sightseeing. There was no way of telling how far out this flood stretched, as the surrounding skyscrapers blocked my view of the suburbs outside the city limits. I spent the next 2 days sleeping on the roof, waiting for rescue to arrive. I finally saw another person 3 days ago. And he could have been the last person I'll ever see. He was looking out of a broken window about 40 stories above ground level in the building across the street from mine. I could see he was handling a bundle of ropes along with a hook. He looked absolutely terrified, like he was in mortal danger. I was about to call out to him when I saw something shimmer by his side. I focused on it with my binoculars. It was a machete, covered in red. I figured if this man was dangerous, I shouldn't let him know I was here just yet. As the minutes went by, he kept tying his rope together while looking deeper into the building every few seconds, as if he was expecting something to attack him at any moment. Once he was done, he tried throwing the hook to my building. Time after time he failed. The hook wouldn't latch onto anything, and he'd have to pull it all the way back. He looked more and more hopeless with every swing and miss. Eventually, to my disbelief, he looked behind himself one last time, let out a roar, and heaved the rope all the way across the street. It must have caught something because it stuck. The man pulled hard on the rope to make sure it was secured. He then tied his end of the rope to a bar near his window, grabbed a backpack, and proceeded to hang from the rope. I watched as he shimmied along, slowly at first, then picking up the pace a bit. About halfway across, he turned back over his shoulder to look back at the window and started panicking. I focused my attention toward it as well, and I couldn't believe what I was seeing. That goo was gushing out of his window, creating a powerful waterfall back down to the street. Was it flooding his building? How could that liquid flood the 40th floor of his building without being barely over 1 story on ground level? But most concerning, that the goo only flushing out of the window that the man came from. Could it be hunting him? Was it alive? I decided I had to act. I called out to him, and I told him I'd get down to his end of the rope as soon as I could. Startled, the man turned his attention around towards the top of my building. "Hurry up, man, that thing's coming for me," he shouted as I ran to the hatch. I practically flew down the stairs to get to where his rope had connected. I even stopped on the wrong floor once, only to see I still had 4 more levels to go. Once I got to his floor, I dashed towards the hook to make sure it was still secured. The man was closer by now, but still had at least 1/3 of the way to go until he reached my building. "Keep coming," I said. "The hook's locked tight, but I don't know how long the rope will hold." "I'm trying," he sputtered back. The man was clearly getting worn out, and it looked like his arms might give out from exhaustion. "You need to lose the backpack now. It's putting too much weight on you." "I can't. This bag has all the food I could carry." "I have more food in my building. Now drop the bag before you lose your grip." The man shifted his arms to see if he could get the backpack off. "Sir, you're gonna have to let go of the rope 1 arm at a time to get the bag off," I said hurriedly. "I don't have the strength for that. I have to carry it all the way." "No, listen. Lose the bag or you're not gonna make it." That's when I heard a distinct snap of a rope at the other end, and the man plummeted downward. He let out a scream that echoed throughout the streets. It sounded like he was falling into the fiery pits of hell. What happened next is how I came to call this flood the Glutton. There was no way he would survive that fall. I hoped the man would at least die upon impact, like how one would die falling into water from a great height. That's not at all what happened. Before he even hit the flood, hundreds, if not thousands, of skinny, veiny tentacles shot up from the goo and wrapped around him with lightning speed. The veins covered almost all of his body and pulled him under with crushing force. A few seconds later, he resurfaced, screaming in absolute anguish. It looked as though there were fewer veins on him, but when I zoomed in closer with my binoculars, I was introduced to the most terrifying thing I'd ever seen. The veins were swarming inside of him. They penetrated through his skin, mouth, nose, and eyes. They were writhing under his skin like worms. Then, veins started to swell, and the man's skin started to change. It looked like he was melting. The skin on his arms, sides, and legs fused with the glutton. All the while, the veins were getting fatter, sucking more blood and God knows what else out of him. His screams became gurgled from choking on his own blood, veins in the melted skin from what was once his lips. It looked like he was slowly becoming part of the glutton. I just stood at the top of my building, frozen in place, but I couldn't look away. Then I heard something that snapped me from my trance.
Help me, please.
The man managed to cry out, with only remnants of his melted face still sticking out of the glutton. He cried out once more, and just as he was about to finish, an explosion of glutton and veins erupted from his mouth and brought the rest of his face down under. The only thing left of him was a mouth, just barely peeking the surface, permanently opened wide in a frozen scream. The veins retreated back into the glutton, and all went quiet. That was 3 days ago, and I'm losing hope and time. Ever since I saw that man die, the glutton has slowly been moving up my building. It's sweeping through every floor, hunting me down. It only has about 10 floors to go before it reaches the roof. It had to have been that man who gave me away. Maybe it saw me through his eyes. It doesn't matter anymore. It's alive, and it knows I'm here. There's still been no rescue, and I don't know if there's anyone out there to even rescue me anymore. There's an overturned freight truck on the other side of the street, with its side sitting above the glutton. A part of me wants to jump and end it all. If I manage to hit the truck, I'll die a quick death. But it's a long fall from the top of the skyscraper. If I miss and land in the glutton, I'll end up just like that man, dying a slow, agonizing death. Maybe I won't even die, and I'll spend an eternity alive somehow in that thing, like a horrific shared consciousness, a hive mind. If I wait here and rescue doesn't come, the glutton will get me regardless. I only have a few hours before it reaches the roof. Just a few short hours. No one has come in the 5 days that I've been here. So what are the chances that someone will come now? I haven't seen one damn plane or helicopter. Nothing. At this point, I've lost almost all hope of making out of this alive. Besides, that truck down there is pretty big, isn't it?
That was The Glutton by my brother Daryl. What lies behind the walls is beginning to emerge, and one man's world is corrupted by its presence. This is He Comes.
Forgive the length of this message. This is the first and possibly the last time I'll have access to a computer. So I thought I'd better write this all down while I can and get it to those who should know. I'm leaving town. I don't know where I'm going. I'm just getting as far away as I can. As some of you may know, I took out a loan and opened my own auto shop a little over a year ago. Business has been going decently. I can't complain, and I've always been grateful to all my customers who would come to me exclusively when we all know there are so many already established places in town. I've been doing well enough that I was able to hire on a buddy of mine, Neil, a few months ago, and he's been working hard and helping out really well, as I always knew he would. Well, I needed to take a day and go to a Lamaze class with Rebecca last month, and so I entrusted the shop to Neil for the morning and most of the afternoon. That's the day I think everything actually started, because when I got back, he seemed to be in a stupor and was covered in oil. He'd even had some smeared across his face, as if he tried to drink it or something. I told him to go home and clean himself up because we had no clients at the moment, and I could take care of anyone who came in for the time being. He came back 45 minutes later, but he was still much quieter than usual. He worked as well as he ever did, but something just seemed off about him. I asked him if anything had happened while I was out, and he just shook his head. I asked how many clients we had, and he just muttered something unintelligible. I asked him to repeat himself, and he turned and glared at me. For the briefest moment, I could have sworn his eyes appeared to be completely black. No iris, no sclera. Just utter, all-consuming blackness. I stumbled back and bumped a shelf, knocking things down. When I looked back at him, he was still looking at me, but he didn't seem to be glaring hatefully the way he had before. He just seemed kind of out of it. Just a couple, he answered. Some woman, and then a tattooed biker-type looking dude. I assume one of them must have asked for an oil change, and that's when he spilled it. So I asked if he had any trouble, and he simply shrugged. I looked around the garage while he was gone. I saw no traces of an oil spill. So whatever had happened, he must have gotten it all on himself, and none of it anywhere else, miraculously. But he seemed reluctant to talk about it, so I didn't press the issue, and we worked throughout the day. That day and the next were relatively normal, other than him still being awkward and quiet. I asked him if he'd like to go out and get us lunch while I attended the shop, and he said sure. When he came back, I was busy doing a diagnostic for a client, so he put the food on the counter in the office to wait for me, and he went ahead and ate. I finished up with that customer. We'd have to keep her car overnight to figure out just why it kept dying on her. So I asked Neil to give her a ride home, and I went to grab my food. He'd brought me some Chinese food and an iced tea, so I opened the soy sauce packet to pour over my food, when I noticed the strangest thing. It was as if the soy sauce was a living thing somehow, spreading out like dozens of squirming, inky black maggots when it fell into the fried rice and burying itself inside. I took the fork and started to scoop out the rice to look deeper inside, and small, smoky tendrils would rise from the rice occasionally and dissipate. I was incredibly hungry at that point, but I was way too creeped out to eat that, so I chucked it and the iced tea in the garbage and decided I'd just wait till I got home that evening to eat something. I'd never in my life seen anything remotely like that, and I couldn't even fathom how I would ask Neil if he noticed anything similar. As cold and distant as he had been lately, I was sure he looked at me like I was Looney Tunes, so I just shut up about it. That Friday, we went down to the old watering hole, as we always do, to get some drinks and watch local bands play. And Neil was just as quiet and distanced as he had been all week. He's not a bad-looking guy, though, and so despite him not really going out of his way to speak to anyone, a woman went over to where he was sitting and started talking to him, and they ended up leaving together that night. Monday morning, I tried breaking the ice by asking how his weekend went. He gave me a nod and muttered, "All right." I asked him if he got lucky with that young woman I saw him with, and he gave me the smallest grin, which was quite possibly the first grin I had seen on his face in a week, and said it went well. I didn't pressure him for details. I knew he'd share if he chose to, and his small grin was enough to assuage my worries and lend me some hope that he might get back to his old self soon. The day was relatively busy until about 3 p.m., so I finally had a spare moment to sit in the office and listen to the radio while I waited on the next customer. So there I was, leaning back in my chair with my feet propped up on my desk, when I swiveled around and looked at my bulletin board that sits behind my head with all manner of clippings stuck to it. I had a few Sunday comic strips such as Garfield and Calvin and Hobbes that I'd read maybe 100 times since I opened the shop here. But that day, something was different. The first panel seemed normal, but in each subsequent panel, inky black tendrils crept out from the edges of the frame and from behind the characters. Blood dripped from the ears and eyes and sometimes even their noses. And in each of the strips, one of the characters would say, "He comes." I sat, staring in astonishment for a moment before I realized the tendrils were moving ever so slowly, and then each of the characters' heads turned towards me, and I threw myself back away from the bulletin board, sliding over my desk and onto the floor. I ran out into the garage and yelled for Neil. I could not be the only one to see this. And to my surprise, he had gone. So I hesitantly walked back to the office and peered inside. The comics were still corrupted, but they no longer appeared to be moving. I crept over to it and reached out to pluck one of the comics free when I noticed the inky black tendrils starting to seep across the page towards where my fingers were, at least 3 times as fast as they'd moved before, and I jerked my hand away. Nothing good could possibly come from letting that blot of ink touch my skin. Of course, I ripped the entire bulletin board down, burned it in a tin trash can out back, and never spoke of it again. That night, I went home, and my wife was already in bed, fast asleep. My mind was racing, and I couldn't even bring myself to eat dinner that night. With no one to vent my worries to, I fell into a restless sleep, and kept waking to nightmare after nightmare, seemingly every hour of the night, until I just gave up on sleep entirely. That Friday, I went to the bar again, even though my wife couldn't drink, being pregnant and all, and Neil wasn't really any fun to hang with anymore. None of my other friends could seem to be reached. I just needed to get a good buzz, and I'd start feeling better, I reckoned. After downing a couple of beers, I excused myself to the restroom, when I noticed I was more inebriated than I estimated. So I leaned over the sink to splash some water on my face. And that's when I heard it. Like a sheet of fabric being dragged across the floor. A voice rasped ever so quietly out of the drain. It sounded like a prolonged exhale for the longest time, until I finally recognized the words hidden amongst all those vowels. He comes. Cracks appeared in the porcelain, snaking out from the ring around the drain. At least, they looked like cracks at first. After a few seconds, I recognized them as the same tendrils of corruption I'd seen in the comics earlier that week, snaking their way slowly along. I stumbled backwards out of the bathroom door and right into someone's chest. I turned around and stared up into the pitch-black eyes of a 6.5-foot biker with tattoos covering every piece of exposed skin, besides his hands and head. I stumbled quickly away from him, and his evil, piercing gaze followed me as I retreated through the bar. It felt like a dream, where whenever you're running for your life, it feels like running through quicksand. As I walked across the room, I noticed the biker wasn't the only one staring at me. It seemed like every pair of eyes in the place were focused on me, and more than half of those eyes appeared to be perfectly black. A few lips moved, and though I couldn't hear their voices over the sound of the jukebox, I could easily guess what they were saying. He comes. I didn't get a wink of sleep that night. I haven't been getting much sleep for the past couple of weeks, as a matter of fact, which I'm guessing those of you who've spoken to me recently could have guessed. I keep seeing those pitch-black eyes staring at me. I'm afraid everyone I see will turn and whisper those words to me, staring deep into my soul with that evil glare. Every time I go near a sink or go to grab a bite to eat, I'm afraid I'll see those inky, snaking tendrils squiggling towards me. Even my wife has seemed cold and distant lately. Then tonight, as I'm driving home from work, struggling to keep my eyes open so that I don't drift into oncoming traffic, my cell phone rang, and it was Rebecca. She was on her way to the hospital to have our baby, and for the first time in 2 weeks, I was actually happy. She was in the labor room, strapped to a monitor when I got there, watching for her contractions. She barely noticed when I walked in, but didn't seem startled when I sat down beside her and took her hand in mine. I tried talking to her, but she was unresponsive, and I was so tired I didn't even realize I had started to drift off to sleep until the nurses came in and started moving her to the delivery room about a half hour later. I put on my scrubs and a hairnet and went in with her to hold her hand and coach her through like they trained us in Lamaze. When she started cursing and screaming, I was prepared for that, as well as her ever-tightening grip on my hand. But when I saw the movement in her stomach, my mind started to reel. The doctor said the baby was crowning and told her to push. I echoed his orders and she screamed at me with a voice I couldn't even begin to describe. When I looked down at her, she was staring up at me. Those same eyes I had seen on the biker. The same eyes I thought I had seen on Neil weeks before. I tried to jerk my hand away, but she maintained her grip. Black, tar-like blood splashed from the front of the doctor's scrubs, but he seemed to pay no heed. When I looked at her belly again, black veins seemed to stand out beneath her skin, pulsating. She continued to stare at me, and she was no longer screaming, just grinning, those obsidian eyes boring into me. To invoke the Nespertian hive mind of chaos, she breathed in a raspy voice. "He who waits behind the wall." The doctor continued as he stared down at the child, my child, lying silently, cradled in his blood-stained hands. He looked up and raised the baby, and it appeared to be covered in oozing, inky black liquid, much like what Neil was covered in a couple weeks prior. It did not cry out, but it was alive, and it moved when he held it up. When its eyes opened, they were as black as my wife's, as black as the doctor's. In unison, they all breathed his name. Zalgo. I ripped my hand free of my wife's iron grip, and I stumbled out of the room, barreling into the nurses passing in the corridor just outside. When I stood up and looked back into the room, I could see the inky black tendrils seeming to extend from the doctor and my newborn across the floor to where I stood. I turned and ran down the hall to the elevator and slammed my fingers into the buttons. When I looked back, the tendrils had come into the hallway, yet no one else seemed to notice until it slithered over their feet and up their legs, at which point they abruptly stopped, turned, and looked at me with those same obsidian eyes. I abandoned my effort to call the elevator and broke into a panicked run for the stairs. I ran down the 15th flight of stairs all the way to the lobby, tore ass into the parking lot, hopped in my car and started driving. I didn't know where the fuck I was going. I just had to get away from there. I don't know if I'm going crazy. It certainly seems like it. I just can't be around anyone I know anymore. They all have those same eyes and those same dead stares, and even my child. Oh God. My child. I still saw those eyes, staring at me from the cars beside me. And by some strange coincidence, the same biker from the previous Friday night at the bar pulled up beside me an hour away from the hospital and followed me for nearly 2 miles. He'd turn and stare at me, grinning. I couldn't see his eyes through his sunglasses this time, but I knew it was the same guy. His tattoos seemed to move of their own free will. The flaming skull on his right bicep began bleeding from its eye sockets. As soon as I could, I slammed on my brakes, allowing him to fly past me as I swerved to my left and did a U-turn. I think I lost him. And that was about an hour ago. I'm at a motel 3 hours out of town. That was the first place I found that has Wi-Fi. I'm tired, and I'm shaking. And my hand itches where my wife's nails scratch me open. I don't know what to do or who I can turn to. This story sounds insane, and I'll probably be institutionalized. And I'm not sure that wouldn't be the best thing for me, but I just can't bear to look into those eyes anymore. Every time I see someone new and they stare at me, I start to panic because I know. I just know it's out there, looking for me, whatever it is. And even when I lay down and start to drift off to sleep, I hear those words. He comes.
That was He Comes by Chris Phoenix. A mysterious creature has been documented for centuries, stalking its victims, driving them mad. It seems that no one is safe from the Rake.
During the summer of 2003, events in the northeastern United States involving a strange, human-like creature sparked brief local media interest before an apparent blackout was enacted. Little or no information was left intact, as most online and written accounts of the creature were mysteriously destroyed. Primarily focused in rural New York State, and once found in Idaho, self-proclaimed witnesses told stories of their encounters with a creature of unknown origin. Emotions ranged from extremely traumatic levels of fright and discomfort to an almost childlike sense of playfulness and curiosity. While their published versions are no longer on record, the memories remain powerful. Several of the involved parties began looking for answers that year. In early 2006, the collaboration had accumulated nearly 24 documents dating between the 12th century and present day, spanning 4 continents. In almost all cases, the stories were identical. I've been in contact with a member of this group and was able to get some excerpts from their upcoming book. A Suicide Note, 1964. As I prepare to take my life, I feel it necessary to assuage any guilt or pain I have introduced through this act. It is not the fault of anyone other than him. For once I awoke and felt his presence, and once I awoke and saw his form. Once again I awoke and heard his voice, and looked into his eyes. I cannot sleep without fear of what I might next awake to experience. I cannot ever wake. Goodbye. Found in the same wooden box were 2 empty envelopes addressed to William and Rose, and 1 loose personal letter with no envelope. Dearest Linny, I have prayed for you. He spoke your name. A journal entry translated from Spanish, 1880. I have experienced the greatest terror. I have experienced the greatest terror. I have experienced the greatest terror. I see his eyes when I close mine. They are hollow, black. They saw me and pierced me. His wet hand. I will not sleep. His voice. The text is unintelligible after this. A Mariner's Log, 1691. He came to me in my sleep. From the foot of my bed, I felt a sensation. He took everything. We must return to England. we shall not return here again at the request of the Rake. From a Witness, 2006. 3 years ago, I had just returned from a trip from Niagara Falls with my family for the 4th of July. We were all very exhausted after a long day of driving, so my husband and I put the kids right to bed and called it a night. At about 4 a.m., I woke up thinking my husband had gotten up to use the restroom. I used the moment to steal back the sheets, only to wake him in the process. I apologized and told him I thought he got out of bed. When he turned to face me, he gasped and pulled his feet up from the end of the bed so quickly his knees almost knocked me out of the bed. He then grabbed me and said nothing. After adjusting to the dark for a half second, I was able to see what caused the strange reaction. At the foot of the bed, sitting and facing away from us, there was what appeared to be a naked man, or a large, hairless dog of some sort. Its body position was disturbing and unnatural, as if it had been hit by a car or something. For some reason, I was not instantly frightened by it, but more concerned as to its condition. At this point, I was somewhat under the assumption that we were supposed to help him. My husband was peering over his arm and knee, tucked into the fetal position, occasionally glancing at me before returning to the creature. In a flurry of motion, the creature scrambled around the side of the bed, then crawled quickly in a flailing sort of motion right along the bed till it was less than a foot from my husband's face. The creature was completely silent for about 30 seconds, or probably closer to 5. It just seemed like a while, just looking at my husband. The creature then placed its hand on his knee and ran into the hallway, leading to the kids' room. I screamed and ran for the light switch, planning to stop him before he could hurt my children. When I got to the hallway, light from the bedroom was enough to see it crouching and hunched over about 20 feet away. He turned around and looked directly at me, covered in blood. I flipped the switch on the wall, saw my daughter Clara. The creature ran down the stairs while my husband and I rushed to help our daughter. She was very badly injured and spoke only once more in her short life. She said, "He is the Rake." My husband drove his car into a lake that night while rushing our daughter to the hospital. They did not survive. Being a small town, news got around pretty quickly. The police were helpful at first, and the local newspaper took a lot of interest as well. However, the story was never published. Local television news never followed up either. For several months, my son Justin and I stayed in a hotel near my parents' house. After we decided to return home, I began looking for answers myself. I eventually located a man in the next town over who had a similar story. We got in contact and began talking about our experiences. He knew of 2 other people in New York who had seen the creature we now refer to as the Rake. It took the 4 of us about 2 solid years of hunting on the internet and writing letters to come up with a small collection of what we believed to be accounts of the Rake. None of them gave any details, history, or follow-up. One journal had an entry involving the creature in its first 3 pages, and never mentioned it again. A ship's log explained nothing of the encounter, saying only that they were told to leave by the Rake. That was the last entry in the log. There were, however, many instances where the creature's visit was one of a series of visits with the same person. Multiple people also mentioned being spoken to, my daughter included. This led us to wonder if the Rake had visited any of us before our last encounter. I set up a digital recorder near my bed and left it running all night, every night, for 2 weeks. I would tediously scan through the sounds of me rolling around in my bed each day when I woke up. By the end of the second week, I was quite used to the occasional sound of sleep while blurring through the recording at 8 times the normal speed. This still took almost an hour every day. On the first day of the 3rd week, I thought I heard something different. What I found was a shrill voice. It was the Rake. I can't listen to it long enough to even begin to transcribe it. I haven't let anyone else listen to it yet. All I know is that I've heard it before, and I now believe that it spoke when it was sitting in front of my husband. I don't remember hearing anything at the time, but for some reason, the voice on the recorder immediately brings me back to that moment. The thoughts that must have gone through my daughter's head make me very upset. I have not seen the Rake since he ruined my life, but I know that he has been in my room while I slept. I know and fear that one night I'll wake up to see him staring at me. I awoke abruptly, sweat dripping from my brow. I could feel a presence again. His presence. I looked around my room. I know I'm being watched. It's not anywhere to be seen. This is the 3rd night in a row I've been awoken like this. The fear is starting to take over my mind. Something out there is stalking me. Something wants me. I'm 16 years old. I moved into this house with my family 7 years ago. It's about 30 minutes outside of town, so we're fairly isolated. My parents love living out here. They say it's peaceful and pretty. I hate it. Not as much during the day as during the night. I've always been scared of the dark. It's my #1 phobia. I hate not being able to see. And out here at night, there's no light other than the moon and stars. No warm, comforting glow of street lamps. No headlights slowly moving up and down the streets. Just a hazy darkness. And it's especially dark during a new moon. That's when I first encountered it. That thing. I had a bunch of friends over, and after dark, we all decided to play some airsoft capture the flag. It was a new moon, which made it especially dark and creepy. No light pierced the inky blackness, except the flashlights on the barrels of our airsoft pistols, and the occasional zip of glow-in-the-dark airsoft pellets, flying at their targets. We were all having a great time. I grabbed the other team's flag and was rushing back to my base when I heard a sound that made my blood run cold. A scream of terror, coming from about 30 feet to my right. A flash of white was rushing away from the sound. I changed directions and rushed towards the noise, aiming my flashlight at the source of the sound. My friend Jacob was sitting in the dirt, holding his bleeding leg, obviously in pain. The cut was deep. Another friend, Matt, and I rushed him inside, where we sat on the edge of the bathtub, began to wash and dress the wound. We asked him what had happened. Some creature had scratched him, he said. He didn't get a good look at it, just saw a flash of white. At first I assumed it was just a possum or something. That was before I saw it again. The second time, I was alone. It was the middle of the night. Not a new moon, thankfully, but still eerie. I had insomnia, a rather common problem for me. It was 2 a.m., and I had given up all hope of getting any sleep. So, I went downstairs to the living room and popped in a DVD. As I lay on the couch, my mind lost in the world of the movie I was watching, one of my dogs started barking. I thought nothing of it. Barking in the middle of the night is basically a routine for them. Then my other dog joined in. Still, no big deal. But I noticed something. This bark was a lot more menacing than usual. It was more of a guttural, growling bark. The bark dogs make when threatened. I turned on the back porch light and stepped outside, creeped out. I called for them. Then I saw what they were barking at. It looked like a human, crouched there in the grass. It was probably around 4 feet tall, with bare, pale skin and long, bony limbs. I studied it for about 5 seconds, and it stared back at me. I'll never forget its eyes. Dark, almost like empty sockets. Its cold gaze washed over me, as if it was sizing me up. Then, it slowly started to move toward me. I was almost paralyzed by fear, but was able to get back in the house. I locked the door behind me and rushed to my parents' room. They were convinced I had a nightmare. But I know the truth. This was the first time I had fully seen the creature that would soon push me to the brink of insanity. I didn't see that thing again for quite some time. I started to think that maybe my parents were right, and it was just a dream. I was really sleep deprived after all. But deep down I knew. I knew I had seen something. But a few weeks ago, I was on some website my friend Derek had recommended. I saw a picture that shocked me. It was my creature, the one I had seen. The website claimed this creature was called the Rake, and that it stalks and mauls its victims. The moment I saw the article, my blood ran cold. Could I have really seen this creature? The thought haunted me, refusing to leave my mind. I saw it again for the first time in months last week. I'd woken up in the middle of the night again. Immediately, I felt that something was wrong. The house was too quiet. I felt very unsettled. I got out of bed, walked to the window, and raised the blinds. It was very dark outside, but I could make something out. The creature was outside, scratching at something on the ground. Immediately, I opened the window and yelled at the thing. It looked up at me, caught my eyes for a moment, then rushed off, crawling on all fours very close to the ground. When I went out to see what it was scratching at the next morning, I found the mangled, half-eaten corpse of my dog Zoe. My parents think it was a mountain lion, but I know the truth. The so-called Rake, that bastard creature, killed my dog. The last week was a whirlwind of terror. I'm constantly in fear now. I know it's always watching me, round every corner, everywhere I go. Every night I feel its presence, some nights more than others. I don't know exactly what it wants from me, but it wants something. I saw it again, for the first time in a week, today. I stayed home sick. I still feel like shit. I think it's making me sick. I was laying on the couch, watching TV, constantly looking over my shoulders, because I know he's always watching me. I have a shotgun by my side, a benefit of living in the country. I got it from the garage. It's loaded, in case the thing, which I've decided to call the Rake, tries to attack. I knew it would soon. I heard a noise outside and put a round in the chamber. I stepped outside to investigate. Nothing. Damn it. I decided to patrol the perimeter of the house, just in case. Walked all the way around. Nothing. I stepped back inside, and the smell hit me. It was the stench of death, rotting. I held the gun out in front of me, slowly made my way up the stairs, and turned the corner into my room. It was crouched in the corner, facing away from me. It slowly tilted its head towards me. Then it spoke. It was a high, shrill voice. I'm not sure exactly what it said to me, and I didn't hesitate to pull the trigger. But it moved faster than I anticipated and barreled into me, knocking me down. I saw it jump off our second-floor balcony to the living room floor, charged out the door. My arm was bleeding bad, so I grabbed a shirt and pushed it into my arm to try and stop the bleeding. I rushed outside, the gun still in my hand. It was gone. I screamed at it to go to hell. I stepped back inside and saw the blood. Not my blood. Its blood. I grabbed the dog it hadn't killed, Jake, put his nose to the blood. He picked the scent and started moving towards the woods near my house. I didn't think twice and followed. We rushed through the woods. Around a mile away from the house, Jake started to whimper. I sent him back. This was my job. I started to explore the area, my finger twitching on the trigger, terrified. After about a half hour of searching, I saw something weird. A small area of ground that was different. It seemed covered up. I walked over and swept away the grass. I was right. There was a board under the grass. I pulled up the board, exposing a hole. A rusty old ladder led down. Against all better judgment, curiosity got the best of me. I slung the shotgun over my back and lowered myself down. I was in a tunnel. It wasn't well lit. A few candles, but it was lit enough to see the blood-smeared walls. The smell was awful. I could see paintings in the blood, disturbing things, stuff I never wanted to see. I walked through the tunnel toward the source of more light. I could see a sort of room. When I stepped in, I wanted to throw up. There were animal parts all over the floor, on the walls. This must have been its feeding room. I turned around, retching, and there it stood, right behind me. It reached toward me. I blacked out. I woke up in my room about 30 minutes ago, alone. No cut on my arm, no blood anywhere. Decided to write everything while it's still fresh on my mind. Parents still aren't home. It's dark outside. I'm terrified to leave my room now. Maybe it didn't happen at all. Maybe I'm going insane. Paranoia is here to stay. I realize what the Rake said in my room when he talked to me. It wants sacrifice. Mom, Dad, if you read this after I'm gone, then get the hell away. I don't know where to, just leave this place. It's over now. He's satisfied. Sacrifice is made, and I'm alone. He was with me 3 nights. He just stands next to my bed, watches me, and sometimes he'll whisper to me. He told me he wanted sacrifice, bloody sacrifice. He said I had to do it. I knew he was right. They don't matter to me. I can be alone. My parents thought I was going crazy. Little did they know. So last night I told him I'd do it. I'd give him a sacrifice, a real good one, so he would be happy. I told them to come with me. I wanted to show them a pretty spot I had found. They walked with me. Walked to the Rake's hole. I opened it up. Pulled out a gun. I told them to go into it. They asked what I was doing, and I told them he wanted to see them. They went in the hole. We walked through the tunnel. She was crying. Then the Rake came out of his hiding place. He looked at me with his black eyes and smiled. Then he killed them. They screamed a little bit. I didn't care. He was happy now. He pointed at the hole, and I knew it was time to leave. I'm back home now, all alone in my dark room. I'm not scared of the dark anymore. I like the dark. It reminds me of my friend, the Rake. I keep telling myself I'm okay, but I know I'm not. I have the gun to my head now. I'm gonna pull the trigger. I'm looking across my room and he's crouched there, smiling at me, telling me to do it, that he's still hungry, wants one more sacrifice. I'm gonna give it to him. Goodbye.
That was The Rake. The games from our childhood are usually joyful, but for this neighborhood, there is no such feeling. This is a game of flashlight tag.
When I was 10, I played a late-night game of flashlight tag with a bunch of neighborhood kids. If you don't know what flashlight tag is, it's the same as tag, but you play it in the dark. The person who is it gets a flashlight, and they have to yell the name of the person they see with it in order to tag them. It was really cloudy that night, and most people had their curtains drawn, so it was the perfect level of darkness for hiding in. The side of the house my street was on was skirted by a broad length of woods. That was basically the boundary for our side of the game. You could run through any yard, even go across the street and run through their yards, but you weren't allowed to hide in the woods, because it was too difficult to find anyone in there, and it was very easy to trip over tree limbs or end up with poison oak. Of course, this rule was frequently and flagrantly ignored when people got too close to being caught. They'd duck off into the bushes for a few seconds, or run behind a group of trees to evade capture. I don't remember who was it at the time, but I was hiding in a backyard, 2 houses down from mine. The family that lived there had a little playhouse for their daughter, a swing set and a doghouse, but no dog. I would periodically duck into the doghouse whenever I saw the flashlight's searching beam approaching. Those of us trying to hide from the it person like to spook each other in the dark by jumping out of nowhere and making each other scream, giving away our positions. I thought I knew where the it guy was, but I got comfortable hanging out on the swing set. Suddenly, a person with a flashlight came around the corner of the house and angled it almost directly at me. I jumped and ran for the edge of the woods. When I got there, I hovered in case they saw me and were going to yell at me for cheating. The beam of light seemed to explore the swing set where I was, then came in my direction. But there was no sense of hurry at all to it, and I wondered for a second if maybe I had attracted the attention of the homeowner. Most people on the block knew we were out playing flashlight tag, but you never can be sure that someone won't get nervous if you stay in their yard too long. So I crouched down in the grass and waited to see who it was. They shined the light right in my face, and I tried to cover it with my hand to avoid identification. The creepy thing was, they never said anything. Just shine that light on me. "All right, you got me," I exclaimed, hoping that if it was a homeowner, they'd realize I thought they were the flashlight tagger. Then I realized that 2 houses down, people were yelling, and there was the it guy's flashlight beam chasing them around. I stood up and tried to see who was shining the light on me. They just stood there, not moving, not saying anything. I felt a little freaked out. "If you don't want us playing in your yard, I'll go tell them it's off limits, okay?" That's what I said, but the person started walking toward me. I didn't feel right, so I started walking towards the edge of the yard. The person just kept shining the light on me and coming toward me, so I ran. When I looked back, the person with the flashlight was running too, and they were an adult, much bigger and much faster than me. I felt scared now, not sure why this person was chasing me. I was running toward where the other kids had been. They were gone now. It just seemed to be me and the person with the flashlight. So I turned right and ducked into the woods. I dropped to the ground, shaking bushes and stuff to try and confuse the person, then shimmied under a ring of thick bushes and curled up. I could see the flashlight in the woods with me, looking around. I could hear the person's footsteps breaking sticks and crunching on pine needles. I didn't know what was going on, and I just wanted to get back to all the other kids. Eventually, the flashlight wandered deeper into the woods, and I crawled, quiet as a mouse, back to the edge of the trees, and then got up and ran towards the street. I was immediately caught by the person who was it, but I didn't care. He yelled loud that I was now it, and I tried to tell him that there was someone else with a flashlight wandering around in the woods, but he took off into the dark, yelling about no tagbacks. "Don't go into the woods," I yelled, but nobody responded. Of course, any who heard me would just assume I was talking about not cheating at the game, but I was sincerely worried about that person wandering around in them, Of course, now I had a flashlight of my own, so I thought I should go see if I can find who that was, just to make myself feel better. I went back behind the house I'd come from, and a bunch of laughing shadows scampered out of sight into the neighboring yards. I ignored them and headed straight for the trees. I couldn't see any other light in there, so I thought maybe he went home. I didn't know if it was a man or a woman, but I didn't imagine any women trudging through the woods at night. So, I went about playing the game again, albeit anxious because of the lingering thought that there was someone wandering around in the woods who didn't seem to be playing the game with us. I ran across the street and chased people through the backyards there, but after a while, I found the lots empty. I realized that they must have gone back across the street. I ran back over and was exploring the beach's backyard. Mrs. Beach had a clothesline with a bunch of drying sheets on it, and her daughter, Charlotte, liked to hide among the linens and stay close to home in case she got too scared of the dark. She was only a year younger than me. I thought I heard something at the tree line, so I went over and was waving the flashlight around into the woods. "Stay out of the woods," I remember yelling. I waved the flashlight back and forth a couple more passes, and saw someone off in the distance. I held the light on whoever it was. They were a short ways into the woods, but it made it hard to make out. It looked to me like Charlotte. Charlotte had brown hair that her mother insisted on keeping shoulder length. We always dressed dark for flashlight tag, and Charlotte liked to wear this deep purple sweatshirt, so it was usually easy to tell when you had found her. "Charlotte, I see you," I yelled. She just stood there. I continued to hold the light on her and call her name, but she didn't seem to move. She stood there, partially obscured by a tree, and looked at me. The distance between us was enough that I couldn't see if she was blinking or not. But she had her head propped up at an angle, like she was looking around the trunk at me, with her mouth hanging slightly open. Every now and then, she sort of twitched or squirmed. It was a real freaky kind of movement. "Charlotte, come out of there," I yelled. "Everybody, Charlotte's it, but she won't come out of the woods." Some kids, including my friend Dustin, appeared behind me and started joining in my yell for Charlotte to come out. "Do you see her?" I asked. "Yeah, she's over behind that tree. Charlotte, get over here," Dustin said, but she wouldn't come. She seemed to stand up, straighter, and then disappear behind the tree. We could hear movement, but it seemed to be going away, rather than toward us. Dustin started shouting Charlotte's name again, and trudging into the woods after her. But I grabbed him and gave him the flashlight to take with him. I was scared again, because this all seemed surreal. I went to Charlotte's house and knocked until her father answered. "Mr. Beach, Charlotte won't come out of the woods, and I'm worried about her," I told him. I wasn't sure if he'd take me seriously, but he rolled up his newspaper and disappeared into the closet behind the door for a moment, before returning with a huge flashlight strapped to a car battery. "Show me where she is," he told me, so I led him to the woods and pointed to where I'd seen her. "She was right there," I said, "by a tree, but she wouldn't come out and she was acting like she was sick or something." A bunch of the other kids kept calling for her, and I could see Dustin's flashlight beam moving around through the trees. Mr. Beach went in after him. They explored the woods for a good 15 to 20 minutes, and Mr. Beach started getting real angry. We could hear him yelling very loudly for Charlotte, threatening her with all sorts of punishment if she didn't get in the backyard that instant. The game was over by now, and we kids just stood there in the beach's backyard, among the linens, and watched. Dustin came running back out of the bushes with a dead flashlight. Eventually, Mr. Beach came back out of the woods. "Game's over, kids," he said. "Get inside, ask your folks if they can help me, and to bring flashlights." We all ran back home. My dad went out with 3 different flashlights. My mom went and turned on all the lights in the back room and opened the curtains and shades to help illuminate the backyard. I sat on the couch, upset, and she eventually came back and hugged me and sat with me while I told her about the person with the flashlight chasing me and how I thought maybe Charlotte had run into him. Mr. Beach had gone inside and told them to report a missing child. They brought huge lights and did a march through the woods, checking very thoroughly, but didn't find her. My mother told my dad what I told her. He told an officer, and I ended up giving a statement. They went to the house 3 doors down and knocked, but the people that lived there had been asleep and didn't know who had been in their backyard. The police asked up and down the neighborhood, but nobody claimed to know anything. The other end of the woods came to a back road mainly used by logging trucks. They found Charlotte 2 days later on the other side of the logging road, down an embankment that ended at a stream, stuffed into a drain pipe. Her neck had been broken, and she was apparently stabbed multiple times. My parents wouldn't tell me about it. They thought it would upset me. But Dustin told me all the details at school the next day. It was the most awful thing our town had ever had happen. The police blocked off the logging road and spent months tracking down loggers and truckers who frequently used it. There was a curfew for months, and we were told not to play flashlight tag anymore. We didn't argue. What leaves me shaking to this day is the memory of Charlotte's face, hanging out from behind the tree, looking at me. Sometimes I wonder if at that moment I had been witnessing her death. I wonder if that had almost been me.
That was A Game of Flashlight Tag by Twilight Sparrow. Mankind was assured of his dominance over the world, but the most unlikely source challenged that notion. This is the Blank Revolt.
It happened so quietly, so subtly. We didn't even notice most of the signs until after it was all over. I guess it's because we humans are accustomed to warfare that is loud, brutal, and, most importantly, fought by humans. We didn't see our opposition, despite the fact that they were rarely out of our consciousness. They were always there, posing in windows and staring lifelessly out from display cases. We rarely give them much thought, save to remark at how much they unnerve us. I think our comets might have been one of the reasons they revolted. They have far better hearing than one would expect, and I think that they got sick of hearing us talk about them in the way we did. I'd hate being unable to move and having to listen to people comment on how creepy I was, how unsettling I looked. I don't know what kind of force allowed them to do what they did. I don't even know if there was any outside forces at work. Maybe they were always capable of movement and speed and brutality. Maybe the anger had been building beneath those emotionless faces for decades, growing like a cancer, until they finally had had enough, until they could rebel against their very nature. It all started so innocuously. They'd change positions when we weren't looking, moving their pale plastic limbs ever so slightly, turning their heads and even tugging at their stands. Either they were just starting to test out their new freedom, or they were communicating with each other. There's rarely ever just one. I don't know the real explanation, but they had begun to move, and we were utterly blind to their stirring. After a few weeks, if one were to go to the mall or to any big-name store, one would get the unmistakable feeling of being watched. I can still recall how the hairs on the back of my neck would stand up whenever I went to my local Goodwill. And I could never figure out what was watching me, at least not until after the revolt started. This tension grew until it felt like a solid, physical presence. Everyone could sense it, and they were tense, nervous, their movements quick and their darting eyes quicker. It's like how people acted after a major disaster. I can recall hearing the first few reports of people being attacked in stores nationwide, people getting hit, scratched, even bitten. At first it was only a few occurrences in the more out-of-the-way places, in small stores and strip malls. But then the incidents grew more and more frequent, as did the severity of the attacks. The first death occurred on July 5th. A young girl was found in a back room, her windpipe crushed into pulp by a powerful grip. The next day, 2 more people were killed in a similar fashion, then 3 more, then 5, and then 22. By the end of the month, over 430 people had been killed in what had been dubbed unusual circumstances. No one wanted to mention the lack of DNA evidence on the bodies, or the shredded clothing that lay near some of them, or their locations. I think that this made them angry, because they attacked outright a few days into August. It all happened so quick. Looking back on it, it was dizzying how fast they moved. 1 second they were still and lifeless. The next they had torn their clothing and jewelry off and were attacking everyone in sight. It was amazing how strong they were. I saw them twist heads like bottle caps, snap limbs like twigs, gouge bloody divots into flesh with their blunt fingers. They were fast, too. Faster than one might expect. The first wave claimed dozens of lives. Not many people survived their first attack. Those that did were only able to survive because they were the farthest away. The media didn't know how to react to the situation. On one hand, it was a brutal slaughter whose scope couldn't be ignored. On the other hand, the things which were doing the slaughtering were so unnatural that many news sources didn't even know how to say anything without sounding ridiculous. Their hesitation cost the lives of thousands. The insurgents attacked without remorse and without stopping. Bullets didn't faze them, knuckles didn't stagger them, and fire barely slowed them down. They scuttled up the sides of buildings to enter through windows. They piled onto cars to get at any screaming people within. They staggered out from the alleyways and other dark places to catch the unwary by surprise. They lay in wait like lions in tall grass. By the end of the next month, the death toll had risen to over 2 million worldwide. and the militaries of the world finally tried to fight back. They found that their opponents were more like them than they thought, that they could adapt and learn. They grew faster, attacking with the kind of grace only a peak predator could achieve. They learned how to operate machinery and firearms, figured out how to hunt in packs. They were deadly, but they were still a manageable threat. Once the shock wore off, we found that our enemies could still be beaten back and destroyed. Grenades worked, as did acid. The ones who were made of plaster broke easier when faced with 2 or more people, and the vinyl ones could be put down by the continuous usage of napalm. But the insurgents hadn't stopped adapting. In fact, they had gone beyond mere adaptation, crossed the boundary into evolving. First, they learned how to speak like us. They waited and listened instead of blindly attacking, learning how we talked and our slang. Then they would call us out of our troops, imitating a human in need of help. They even learned how to imitate different sexes and different ages. That proved to be a massive turning point. We could no longer trust the pleas of what could have been a fellow human. We had to harden our hearts to the sounds of a baby's wail, to a mother pleading for us to help save her children, to an old man begging for mercy. I can still remember how hard I wept when I heard a child cry in the dead of night. We thought that things couldn't get any worse. But our enemies weren't finished with us yet. Their next evolution rendered them able to make more of their kind. They raided scrapyards, foundries, museums, and graveyards for parts. Not long after, we encountered grotesque new beings made from bone and metal and plastic, with spring heels and bear-trap jaws and neon eyes. We were backed into a corner by the time winter came, unable to venture into the cities for food. They had claimed the cities as their own, and the air above them was alive with flying aberrations. They even restored power to the cities, though most of us didn't know why they would need warmth or food or entertainment. And so, our numbers dwindled as the year passed by. The small conclave of people that I lived with grew more and more empty, till there was only me and a few others. I could see the dull looks in their eyes, and I knew that their minds had fled. I could feel my spirits sinking as darkness poisoned my mind. So I set off for the city, hoping to embrace death with some dignity. As of this moment, I am back in my old apartment. The windows were broken out long ago during the first attack. The snow has covered most of my living room. But the insurgents left most of my things alone, including my shotgun. But before I end it all, I must tell you of something that I saw. Something which has finally put everything in perspective for me. This morning, as I was looking out my window at the snow-covered street below, I saw several of them pass under me, and the changes that they had gone through in the time between my last encounter with them stunned me. They were wearing clothing, thick furs and heavy coats, boots, gloves, and hats. I almost allowed myself to believe that humans had retaken the city. But then one of them happened to look up I saw the paper white skin and the dull, smooth faces. But even those features had changed. I could see that their features had become more defined in some subtle way. Their lips twitched and parted to reveal jagged teeth. Their nostrils flared, and their eyes actually blinked. I saw one of them, one of the aberrations, scuttle down the road on insect-like legs, its stomach bulging in such a way to make it seem pregnant. Across the way, several bodies crawled up the side of a building, and the winter wind brought to my ears the sound of a series of muttered, sibilant sounds that could only be a whole new language. This brought the reality of our situation home to me. They had occupied our old homes, were creating more of them, and had even developed their own language. They had replaced humanity as the dominant life form. The sheer, horrific insanity of all of this makes me want to laugh. We humans have been usurped by things which we once considered as objects. Looking back on everything, it's amazing how we didn't see it coming. The signs of a great upheaval, the change in the universal status quo. We thought it would be global warming, or the fall of the economy, or nuclear war. We never expected to be replaced as a species. But that was the great thing about mannequins. Their utter innocuousness.
That was The Blank Revolt, by Hopefully Good Grammar. The woods can hold many strange and dangerous things. For one man's father, he comes nearly face to face with this reality. Hope that you don't also become prey.
My story takes place in a backwoods town in southeastern rural Kentucky. It's a small town that you've likely never heard of, its people sparsely peppering the mountainsides to and fro. It's the type of town where it isn't exactly uncommon to find neighbors bartering for goods with livestock and services, living off what the land provides, and generally making do with what they've got. It was here that my father was raised. It is here that my father raised his family. Now, my father was a proud man. Short, barely 5'7", but stout. He was many things: a mountaineer, a carpenter, a survivor, a hunter. But mostly, he was proud. He instilled in me all of the virtues that I believe in today. He's the type of man that would give you the last dollar to his name. The type that would go hungry to make sure his children were fed. And there were times that he did. I suppose I should clarify that I grew up in poverty. I have no doubt that there were people worse off than we were, but times were hard nonetheless. My father worked intermittently, mostly in construction. There were few homes within our community that he did not at least help with. He built our house from the ground up, dug out the basement, and leveled the land with little more than a shovel, wheelbarrow, and the helping hands of my uncle and two older brothers. Our house sat on a hillside, in a leveled-out alcove. The yard stretched on for practically an eternity, ending at a fresh mountain brook, with the woodland just beyond. He spent a lot of time in those woods, hiking trails, digging ginseng, hunting and otherwise passing the hours by. The mountains provided our family with many necessities. Our water was pumped from a mine near the mountain's peak. Our food consisted mostly of game and livestock, and our income often came in the form of valuable roots. My mother is a wonderful cook. She had a particular fondness for chicken, which we raised. My father, on the other hand, preferred game. No stranger to the culinary arts, he was adept at preparing a wide variety of dishes, all of which he tracked, killed, and prepared himself. Long before the sun would rise, he would set out with little more than a flashlight. He would follow the mountain stream before turning off onto one of the many mine roads that were carved out along the terrain. One such road ran by an old graveyard, long since forgotten by the rest of the world. Some of the headstones were dated back to the onset of the 19th century. I recall one night my father decided to go spotting. For those of you unfamiliar, spotting is a common practice among Appalachian hunters, perhaps amongst hunters in general. But I'm no hunter, so I'm not entirely sure. The hunter sets out before the sun rises, as my father often did, with a flashlight. This flashlight is used much like a spotlight. By scanning it back and forth over the landscape, the hunter hopes to catch a glimpse of the animal's eyes. On this particular night, my father broke tradition and decided to bring his shotgun with him on this spotting expedition. A decision that I would later learn saved his life. It was a warm spring night. I was always a night owl, so when my father stirred, I was still wide awake, playing my Super Nintendo. It wasn't a school night, so he greeted me with his ever-present smile. "Hey, big man," he chimed. "You're up late." "I want to beat Mario," I told him, my eyes leaving the screen for the briefest of moments, long enough to see him tying his boots. He didn't respond. He just continued to smile and rub my head as he passed me on his way to the gun cabinet. From it, he removed his 12-gauge shotgun, some rounds, and a miner's light. The light, I recall, strapped to his forehead and attached to a rather large battery that he hung at his waist. He then made his way to the couch and sat next to me, casually lifting the TV remote. He waited for me to finish the level. "Pause it," he requested. "I need to check the forecast." I obliged, and he flipped through the channels. He watched as the forecaster rambled on about weather and seemed content. "Not giving rain for today." He nodded approvingly. "That's good." He changed the channel back and turned to me. "Okay, you can go back to your game. I'm going out. I'll be back in a while. When your mother wakes, tell her I'm bringing home supper. Tonight, we're gonna have rabbit." He kissed my forehead as he stood. I smiled at him as he rounded the hallway corner to our front door. I listened to the door shut and to the clunk of his boots as he made his way off the porch, down the steps, and through the yard, his steps fading in the distance. From this point on, I cannot vouch for the validity of my tale, but I can tell you that the man who returned was not the same man that left. Make no mistake, my father did return, but he was a changed man. He never spoke much of that night until after I had started college. This is his story. Like most other nights, he headed up the mountain via a trail that ran alongside the brook. The air was still and warm, the moon and stars shining brightly. There were no clouds, and the forecast was clear. The sound of cicadas and crickets filled the air. He made his way along the trail, intermittently shining light on either side of the stream. He followed it until he reached a fork in the path. To his left was his customary turnoff. Further up that trail was the old slate dump. Above it was a derelict coal chute. He shined his light along that trail and contemplated. He had been talking with his hunting buddies, and they had mentioned a sweet spot near the abandoned cemetery. A warren of rabbits had taken up residence in the graveyard, and they all had a good fortune while hunting there. The right trail continued along the stream, towards the mine where we drew our water. It passed by the cemetery where the rabbits were said to reside. After some consideration, he continued to follow the stream until making his way to the cemetery. Upon arriving, he skimmed his light back and forth across the plots. If there was a warren here, the rabbits definitely were not being very active tonight. He trudged amongst the tombstones until finally deciding to move on. He walked back to the trail and stopped. He could go back, towards the slate dump. At the very least, he thought, he could cover grounds he was used to hunting. Instead, he decided to continue up the mountain. He hadn't been walking very long when he noticed a peculiar phenomenon. The light from the moon and stars had disappeared. He was enveloped in darkness. Clouds covered the sky, and in the distance, somewhere, there was a flash of light. He counted the seconds to the thunder. The sky roared, and fell silent. There was no rain. Silently, he observed his surroundings, tracing the light on either side of the trail. Pausing for the briefest of moments, he trekked on. As he walked, he noticed something else. Very faintly, very rhythmically, his footsteps were echoing. This was unusual. If you've ever been in a wooded mountain, one thing you'll notice is that the mountains are excellent listeners and seldom repeat what they're told. It was then that the silence consumed him. The cicadas, the crickets, the owls, they were all hushed. My father stopped and shined his light around him. He saw nothing. He continued along the trail. The echo was silent for a moment, but then stirred up again. With every crunch of his footsteps, he could hear a crunch simultaneously hit the trail behind him. Someone, or something, was following him. Deliberately and furtively stalking him. He stopped again, and so did his echo. He shined the light around him once more, in all directions, down the trail, into the trees, even into the air. Nothing. He carefully observed his surroundings. It was then that he noticed another trail, not 3 feet from him on the other side of the bush. Silently, he began devising a plan. He decided that he would begin walking again, and when the echo recommenced, he'd take another step, but he'd stop before his foot hit the ground. If it was just an echo, if he was hearing things, or if his mind was playing tricks on him, then the echo would stop too. He turned up the trail and continued along his way. Within moments, the echo re-emerged. He waited until he was confident that the time was right. He stepped, and stopped mid-step. His foot was barely an inch from the ground. Crunch. The sound resonated through his very being, sending shivers down his spine. He wheeled around, shining his light again, only to be greeted by darkness. He turned back up the trail, quickening his pace. Again, he heard the footsteps behind him. Only this time, the strides did not mimic his own. They were faster, louder. It dawned on him at this point that his stalker, whatever it was no longer interested in remaining unnoticed. He loaded his shotgun as another plan developed in his mind. He decided to step through the brush to the trail on the other side. There, he would wait for it to pass him, and he would turn the tides. Without hesitation, he cut off his light and stepped across the brush and waited in darkness. The sound of its strides continued up the trail before coming to a halt, what sounded like mere feet away. Then, it crossed through the brush. It was standing beside him. His stomach sank as he fumbled for his light. He could feel eyes burning into his skin, boring holes into his brain. His hands were shaking, his knees trembling. Light came on with a sudden flash. And again, nothing. There was absolutely nothing there. He shined the light in all directions, hoping to find some evidence, some indication that something was there. Broken branches, footprints, anything. But there was none. There was no sign of anything passing through the brush, no sign of anything walking along the trail. My father, an expert hunter, could find no trace of the thing that was stalking him. Could I be sleeping? Is this a dream? This was the only explanation his mind could conjure. He gave himself a tap on the face, pinched his own arm, hoping to rouse himself from slumber. Instead, he only flinched from the pain. He was awake. Of that, he was certain. He shined the light further up the trail and saw something. A building, stone and steel. The old coal chute. If he could just reach it. Without reservation, he bolted for it. He could hear its strides coming up fast behind him. He turned into the coal chute and dove in. It collapsed around him, sending him pouring down onto slate and rock. Quickly, he made his way to his feet and put the light towards the chute. Shotgun in firing position. He could hear it moving fast up the trail. He heard it hit the coal chute. It thundered and shuddered under its weight. But my father couldn't see anything. He blindly fired, pumped, and fired again, and again, and again. The boom of his shotgun echoed throughout the valley, a sound matched only by a roar that made the hair on his neck stand. The chute was silent for a moment. Then he heard its strides bolt in the opposite direction. It made its way up the mountain trail, towards the mine. He stood in darkness. He waited for a long time, listening, until he heard the first chirps of crickets break the silence. He made it home around noon, beaten up pretty badly from his fall. He wouldn't speak a word. My mother attempted to console him, but was met only with a silent look of despair. His eyes filled with a dread like I had never seen before, and his ever-present smile gone. Not long after, he and my mother separated. The court ordered that the house be turned over to me upon my 21st birthday. The summer before my senior year in college, I returned home to find him sitting on the porch, shotgun in hand. He had long since erected a security fence that enclosed the entire property. He told me his tale, and he told me that he continued to hear it. When he walked to his mother's or when he trimmed the hedges and mowed the lawn, he could hear it following him. Ever presently, it stalked him, hunted him. After he passed, I left the house empty. It didn't feel right taking it when he had built it from the ground up. But then I met the woman who would become my wife. Now we are married and expecting a son of our own. I brought them back here to raise my family where I was raised. But I write this now because I am afraid. Each night, I do a quick sweep of the property. I check the house, and then I check the yard. And each night, I can hear my footsteps echoing beyond the fence.
That was Prey by John R. A ruined planet covered in an endless ocean of trash. Those who still survive scavenge what they can from what remains of the old world. This is The Mariner.
There used to be water in the unending sea. Not sludge, not the slime of countless ages, buried too deep to evaporate and trickling ever downward through mile on mile of sun-bleach smelling detritus. Not meager hydration that meant you had to dig and root and forage for the relief of a few drops of sour, salty, artificially sweet fluid on your tongue. Actual, genuine water, clean and clear and warm, stretching from horizon to horizon, glittering under the intact moon. The mariner could not imagine such a thing. She knelt, half buried in bottles and bags and bits of clothing, hands scrabbling quick and frantic to sort through the filth and waste. Here was a colorful bottle, its label long since burned pale before the sun went cold. The residue of whatever contents had clustered around its nozzle decayed into fine powder millennia ago. But perhaps, if she was lucky, somewhere deep within. She began tearing at it, a sharpened bit of metal in her crooked teeth, gouging at a surface that discolored and crackled beneath them. The familiar sour taste of plastic coating her dry tongue. And after a moment, a crack opened like a painful mouth, and she scrabbled at it with long, broken fingernails, prizing it open, breaking it apart. But whatever had been in that bottle once was now gone, and left nothing but hard eggshell plastic behind. There was no energy to spare on lamenting. Already, her hands were digging down, shoveling aside bottles and bags and boxes and tires and scraps of old cloth. Already, she was shoveling the husk-dry trash aside like sand, diving into it like water, seeking something else, anything else, that might have once been edible. Her hands were thin and yellow and weathered, shaking things like scraps in the wind that pawed and dug and scoured, almost of their own free will. Her breath was thin and shallow, a calculated rhythm that pulled what little oxygen there was out of the corrupted yellow air. The burning of her lungs, a necessary pain that had long since faded out of her consciousness. The goggles that had clung to her eyes since birth had formed a tight trench in her skull, so deeply ingrained they felt like a part of her, an added organ that she couldn't have removed even if she wanted to. One of the lenses had shattered long ago, and beneath it, her eye had been reduced to nothing but a little blind scar, burned and withered and sealed shut by the acrid air. Forward through the plastic she dug, the sticky cloth wrapped around her feet, serving only partly to protect them. A cartoon smile beckoned from the filth, and she pounced on it hungrily, digging out a faded food wrapper. The eyes of whatever mascot it had once borne, torn away and lost. Greedily, her tongue licked out, rasping against the pale underside of the thing, the thin, worn wax paper tearing at even the slight pressure. But the food it had once held was gone, eaten away by time long before her shriveled, rumbling stomach had even been conceived. There was nothing here, the mariner decided. Nothing that could be left for her. Shuddering, she stood, the tremors that racked her body worsening as she trusted her weight to bones instead of plastic. Her hands shook so bad that she could barely control them as she reached up behind her, untying the rough twine that wrapped around her body and taking down the long, decaying, traveling stilts that it had held in place, gently sliding one foot and then the other into the straps. One had been made of an ancient metal signpost, perforated and lightweight, a kink in its length forcing her to hold her leg at an awkward angle as she used it. The other was formed of some kind of black plastic, a foot longer than its counterpart, the tiny colored lights along its length still blinking sometimes, sporadically, as though trying to cling to life. She carried one in each hand as well. One formed of a pair of golf clubs, bound in wire, the other a delicate fiberglass thing that stung against her skin, so that when she finally hauled herself upright with pained, jolting shudders, she adopted a strange, quadrupedal form, tall and aloof from the plastic sea. One long step, her bones aching and crying out in response. Another, the stilts crunching and grinding against the waist they landed on. And another, until at last she found the rhythm of it and settled into an awkward, pointed gait. It was hardly comfortable, but it was faster than crawling through the muck. The cadence of it meant that it was easier to breathe. Sometimes, as she stumbled and picked her way across the expanse of grime, she wondered if this was how people had moved across the sea in the faraway time when it had been water. Sometimes, as she moved like this, she found bigger pieces of what had been left behind. A neon sign, perhaps, the colorful lights crawling around its exterior gone dark. A few illegible letters that remained of the message it once bore. The hulk of a car, more rust than metal now. A single starring headlight, shining its lonely beam out across the eternal, hazy twilight. a mass of books, fused by time and acid rain into a single mass of pulp and paper, covered with pictures of landscapes or laughing children, half visible occasionally within the hardened ooze. A radio tower on the distant horizon, old wires dangling like ivy, the beacon at its peak calling eternally to speakers that it would never find again. She had even seen a ship once, looming half-seen through the yellow-white mist. Its hull had towered like a shadowed continent up into the sky, its smokestacks great spires that broke up its silhouette like battlements. Its paint had been just barely visible from this distance, white and red and iron gray, no more than tiny variations like layer and rock. Their scale the only thing that protected them from being worn away altogether. A part of her had wanted to go to it, to search this colossal, ancient thing, to dig its secrets out like the center of a fatberg and feed her mind upon them. There'd be no food, and that ancient wreck. Nothing at all, except echoing, hollow emptiness. And time not spent searching for food was always time wasted. Quite suddenly, shattering her thoughts like an ancient jar, she felt a sizzling, burning pain on her exposed arm. Almost before she knew what was happening, she had dropped to the ground, frantically pulling the stilts off her feet. Another pain, and another, as little hissing plops began to sound on the waves of trash around her. It was the thing she lived in fear of, single most terrifying threat out there on the plastic waves. Acid rain. There was no time to bind the stilts back onto herself. The acid was already starting to eat through her tattered shawl, little burning droplets pattering against her flesh. She would have to find them again after the rain, and hope that they were still usable when the storm ended. Hastily, like a fleeing rat, she filled her lungs with sulfur air and burrowed down like a diver into the depths below her. It was dark down there, beneath the surface. The only light, faint and discolored as it filtered down through layer on layer of translucent plastic. The air was rank and foul, though different from the burning miasma up above, a wet stench of rot filtering up from the depths, of things contained too long without air or light. Down through those things she pushed, arms shoving them aside to give her more room to crawl, until at last she lay buried entirely in an artificial tomb, and the hissing spatters of the rain echoed against the trash above her. But she could not stay still for long. The shelter of the depths was callous and fickle, and soon enough the rain would join her down here, beginning its own endless, eternal descent through the decomposing sea. And so, downwards she pushed, half swimming through the mass of plastic rot and debris, hoping desperately that she could escape from that burning, yellow-white fluid that trickled down behind her. She hated it down there, within the ocean itself, where the trash pressed close against her skin, and the suffocating airlessness made her head swirl. The filth was wet and eternal, never enough food to eat or water to drink. Only the temptation of them beckoning her ever downwards, ever deeper. Smaller things started to gather here, cigarette butts and Q-tips and plastic spoons and bottle caps, coins like tiny stones, the broken heads of dolls peering out like fish from among the garbage bags. All of it filtering ever downwards, towards whatever waited below. With them came other things, little and sharp and rotting away, shards of glass that pounced like dead insects, their razor heads burrowing into her skin and spilling far more blood than she could afford. Needles and razor blades that carried poison in their bites, rust and sickness that made her head swirl and her good eye cloud. Bright liquids that burned to the touch, that looked and smelled like water, but lied, and made her spasm and vomit to drink them. The worst of it had filtered away from the surface, but down here they sank still, finding their eternal road through the cracks and gaps as the filth around them was compressed ever tighter by the unbearable weight from above. But the dead, as cruel and sharp as they were not what she feared down here in the trash, for they were dead, and they understood it. They did not cling to life that fled their grip like grains of sand, or clawed anything that might be able to provide them one more fleeting moment. There was a sound from somewhere deep below. It was a colossal sound, subtle and vast, like an earth tremor far away below. It was a sound of something moving, something so big and so hungry and so desperate that even the mere suggestion of it made her recoil and flinch against the layers of bottles that dug into her back. It was a sound of forgotten times, when movement meant life and hunger meant food, when existence could be sustained on more than fear and denial and hoarded memories. She felt her empty stomach twist as she held herself perfectly, utterly still. Beneath her, she felt the water bottles and plastic bags push up into her gut, as whatever moved beneath her slid them up above itself in its wake. A breath, tiny and shuddering, far from sufficient, but all that she dared. Another, a third. Ever so gently, she felt something dry and papery brush her fingers, like a hand reaching out from the sea of refuse, the hand of another mariner like herself, desperate for help or asking to be followed down below. As delicately as she could, she pulled her fingers away. She thought there was a sorrow in the sounds from beneath, as whatever moved down there carried itself away through the dead corpse sea. But perhaps it was only her imagination, assigning thought to that which only survived, because it dared not die. Shuddering, the mariner pushed herself upwards through the endless miles of plastic, dragging herself close enough to the surface to hear the pounding of the rain.
That was The Mariner by Stalker Shrike. Sailors have known for millennia that the seas and oceans hold many sinister secrets. The crew of this military vessel become all too familiar with one such phenomena. This is fog.
If you are reading this, then I am dead, and you are standing aboard a derelict Cyclone-class patrol ship, the USS Mistral, with her engines dead and her electrical systems non-functional. I was the executive officer of this vessel, Lieutenant Commander Ryan Simmons. Please read this carefully. If you are an officer or enlisted man in the United States Navy, this is an order. Scuttle this vessel immediately. Do not finish this letter. Get off the Mistral at once and send her down. Consider this a quarantine scenario. All hands are likely dead. God help you if they are not. We are 8 days out of Kirkwall, tracking an intermittent and scrambled distress call from what appeared to be an Icelandic fishing vessel, the Magnus Daughter, deep in the no-fishing zone of the North Sea. We found the vessel, or rather, we found a mile-wide streak of oil and fragments, the largest of them still burning. The night before, the enlisted man on watch had reported seeing a flash of light on the horizon. The Magnus Daughter's crew was nowhere to be found, except for one lone fisherman, unburned and floating at the far end of the debris field. He had been shot in the forehead with a small caliber revolver. When we fished his pale blue corpse from the frigid water, he was still clutching a fishing knife in one clamped hand. What we were able to piece together from the fragmented and confounding evidence was that for reasons unknown, the crew had been in conflict, resulting in the murder of at least one sailor and the eventual sabotage and destruction of the ship. Visibility was only a few hundred feet as we spent the next day drifting silently among the debris in hopes of finding a survivor. The crew was already visibly shaken by the discovery. The grim dread of the fog, lone smoldering pieces of the Magnus Daughter that collided with our hull unsettled even the most seasoned of us. We had expected an easy cruise and the simple retrieval of a dozen thankful Icelandic fishermen. What we got, at first, was a silent and oil-slick coated sea, a single corpse, and more than a few nagging questions. The Mistral had just been serviced, after an extended tour with the Atlantic Fleet in Bahrain before her transfer to the North Sea. She was in good running order, so I can only assume that the initial mechanical failure was an act of sabotage or some external force. It happened the first night when our final sweep had been completed and we returned to the site of the Magnus Daughter's first transmission. There was nothing initially remarkable about the spot, a cold and lonely set of coordinates, and little else. I was in my cabin, beginning to settle down, when the call sounded from the captain, offering little information, just a stern order to meet him on deck. Dressing quickly, I emerged from my cabin into a cloud of palpable unease and fear. The enlisted men and the junior officers were coursing through the ship towards the deck, like panicked rats. No one made eye contact or spoke. There was none of the usual gallows humor or camaraderie that bubbles up in situations of limited information. Just a grim inertia that pulled us into the Arctic night. On deck, the night was unnaturally clear and cold, and the bright of the stars burned in the frosty air. Around us in every direction, just a few hundred yards away, the fog and clouds whirled as if held at bay by our presence. The captain was at the railing, leaning over along with the men on watch. I approached him, suddenly, desperate and panicked to know what was happening. When I saw it, the light flooding up from beneath us. The sea was flat, like the surface of a mirror. The water was black, reflecting the pale pinpricks of the stars. But beneath the surface, something glowed with a cold light. Pulsating shapes of violet, green, and deep cobalt blue shone from beneath. They flowed and merged and shimmered silently, deep below the glassy sea. We stared, 24 men and women, struck dumb and horrified by the sight. There was a sense of scale that emerged from the fluid movement of the lights. They seemed to be many fathoms beneath us, which would make them terribly large and impossibly fast. There were no solid shapes, and no disturbance of the water. Just a deep field of liquid, flowing light. We watched for some time, entranced by the mesmerizing ballet of cold light, a mirror reflection of northern lights. When it ended, abruptly, there were 3 almost simultaneous events. First, light seemed to contract, each mote freezing in place and collapsing like the iris of an eye in bright sunlight. Secondly, there was a tremor in the air that first raised the hair on the back of my neck as the ghostly lights winked out of existence. It rose in intensity till I thought my eyeballs might shake their way out of my head. Through the fog of sudden pain, I heard a noise rising above Arctic wind, a humming vibration from the Mistral herself that matched the electric shuddering in my skull. It was as if every light bulb aboard the Mistral was suddenly flushed with power, flaring bright, buzzing noisily in their housing. When the wine had reached a fever pitch, they began to pop and shatter among a shatter of sparks. From start to finish, it lasted less than 2 seconds. We were left floating silently in the dark waters beneath the starry sky on a dead and crippled boat. The damage was invisible, without any obvious cause in total. Nothing aboard the Mistral worked. Each carefully crafted system of multiple redundancies had crumbled. Every light was shattered, and even the replacement bulbs and the small flashlights we all carried held fused and useless filaments. Satellite phones, shortwave radios, all means of communications were useless bricks of plastic and wire. Every battery was dead. Every stereo system was silent. We were adrift, without sail or engine, isolated from the world by 100 miles of black and silent sea. The crew moved through the ship that first night like moles, fumbling through the dark corridors with only a few pale green chemical lights to check each system. They relayed each disheartening message like a fire brigade through the darkness to where the captain and I stood on the deck, trying to make sense of the senseless. At last, when nothing else could be done, I fumbled my way back to my cabin and tried to sleep. The darkness feeling like an oppressive, many-fingered hand, slowly gripping my chest. The next morning, I again took stock of our situation, hoping for some fragment of hope we had passed by in the night. The damage was total. We would have to find a way to send a distress call, and hope that we had not drifted too far away from our last known coordinates. The men may not have known the full details, but it was clear from their haunted visages they knew how dire the situation was. The first death was that afternoon. The sounds of screaming brought me above deck, into a thick, heavy fog. High in the gloom, I could see bright burning specks of light, descending slowly. My stomach turned. It was 2 signal flares, drifting uselessly through the haze. Some damn fool had fired the signal flares. I burned with an unfamiliar and foreign rage and rushed through the fog to the foredeck with hatred in my blood and my fists clamped tight. The scene that emerged from the fog broke me from my stupor. The enlisted man, a flare gun still in his hand, lay broken in a pool of blood. The captain stood over him, clutching the railing, driving the heel of his boot repeatedly into the broken mess of the boy's skull. I realized then that the screaming I heard, the high kneeling wail, was coming from the captain. His face in a rictus of animal rage. Around them was a small crowd, standing motionless and silent, watching like sentinels. The captain turned to see me and dropped into a crouch, his fingers wrapped around the flare gun, and he raised it level with my eyes. We stared for a long moment at each other, our eyes locked as he panted heavily, his face lightly spattered with blood. The only sound was the wet gurgling exhale of the enlisted man's death rattle, a bubble of blood forming on his ruined face. I had served with this man for nearly a decade. This was not the man I knew. This was a hollow simulacrum, filled with violence and terror. I spoke to him then. In a soothing voice, I asked him to hand me the flare gun. He said nothing at first, then spoke. His voice a tiny, trembling sound that was swallowed up by the thick gloom around us. He's murdered us, Ryan. The fog. The flares will never. He shook his head and clenched his eyes tight, as if he were trying to shake himself from a dream. Then he shuddered once, violently, his back arching like a seizure. This little fuck has killed us, he choked out. The flare gun wavered in the air, and I took a step closer, reaching out for him. He opened his eyes, and I froze again, as we stared silently at one another. You're going to die here, he giggled quietly. I always wanted to watch you die, you fucking coward. He tilted his head back and laughed, one hyena-like bark to the gray sky, and then put the flare gun in his mouth and fired. The last flare igniting and temporarily bathing his head in a halo of magnesium orange and smoke. He tumbled back over the railing. If there was a splash when he hit the water, it was swallowed by the fog. I stood there for a very long time. It slowly dawned on me that I was alone, the silent audience having melted away below decks, no doubt taking the grim tale with them. I feared for morale, an absurd concern I realized now, but could not move from the spot, as if sheer force of will would cause the sea to regurgitate this man, my friend. The first gunshot broke me from my reverie. In the emergency lockers, I found that a handful of flare guns remained, and I stuffed one into each pocket and entered the dim passageway to below deck. Over the hollow retort of gunshots, other muffled sounds began to emerge. The choking sobs, the screams of pain, and anger, all bringing the faint impression of the copper smell of blood. The dark was oppressive and thick as my heart rose in my chest. The pale fading light of the chemical glow sticks that hung at regular intervals illuminated the bare corridor, and I moved slowly toward my cabin. It had been sacked, and my service pistol was missing. The next two cabins held the corpses of the junior officers, their broken forms still in their bunks, skulls opened like blossoming flowers under the point-blank shots. I felt the distinct and irrational desire to run on deck and leap overboard, to swim away from the boat into the unknown sea. I gripped a flare gun and held it out ahead of me, less like a weapon and more like a talisman, and began to pace slowly down the corridor to the enlisted bunks. The door was wide open, and the smell of blood and fear and shit was nauseating. As my eyes slowly adjusted to the dim, I saw a field of bodies, torn, shredded, and shattered by bullets and makeshift clubs. A few of the men still moved, twitching slightly. I watched in frozen terror as one man, his face a mask of blood and rage, turned up his head to regard me, and with a weak cry of rage, began to drag himself with his arms, trailing a broken and shattered leg towards me. From the shadow, another form pounced on him, a boot digging into the wounded man's back with a wet cracking sound. I recognized the attacker's face in a green chemical dim, a quiet and bookish young man. Like the captain, this was not the man I knew. This was a beast that wore his skin. He reached down and grabbed the wounded man's jaw, thumb slipping into his mouth. The wounded man growled, a feral, mindless sound, and tried to bite down, but his attacker gripped tight and pulled. The jaw came off with the sound of tearing tendons and a ululating shriek that vanished into the air. I was no longer breathing, holding silently at the entrance. But the attacker snapped his head up to me, nostrils flaring. The jawbone hit the floor with a meaty sound, and he lunged toward me with silent animal grace. I fired the flare gun and hit him square in the chest. His shirt caught fire, and all air escaped his lungs with a sudden, forceful exhale. But impossibly, he continued on towards me. As I passed through the portal and slammed the door, the fire had climbed into his hair, and he was squealing now, his clawed hands still outstretched towards me. I felt him impact against the door, and saw that nightmare visage wreathed in fire through the small porthole, lips already burned away to reveal rows of perfect teeth. He wailed and began to smash his burning form against the door. Once, twice, 3 times. And then silence. I raised my eyes to the porthole and saw only the faint image of the burning shape, as it disappeared into the darkness. All conscious thought evaporated, and I fled from that carnal house. I have barricaded all entrances to below deck now, and have doomed myself to slow death at the hands of the enveloping cold. I can still hear the living ones down there, screaming and banging on the doors. They are not the men that I knew. I console myself with this thought as I leave them in the dark to starve or murder each other. If you have read this far and have not fled these waters, or God forbid, are still aboard the Mistral, and I beg you again, leave now while you can. Do not look below deck. There are none of us left to save, and certainly none worth saving. It's cold now, and the fading day surrendering the gray light to the dark. There are no stars this night, nothing but the heavy blanket of night. If I could get below, I would find some way of destroying the Mistral, like the brave men of the Magnus Daughter. But it's too late. The most I can make of my last moments is all feeling flees my extremities, and writing becomes impossible as a warning. Please, send us into the deep. Tell no one you found us, and never return. There are things and primal desires older than man, and forces beyond the grasp of our simple minds. And they dwell here, beneath the frozen sea.
That was Fog by Joseph K. If you've ever been to a theme park as a kid, you probably have good memories of it. But for this man, returning to his childhood memories only served to disturb him. There is no joy to be had in Funland.
I grew up in a small town in Massachusetts during the 90s. It was a great time and place to be a kid. Our main street was chock full of kid-friendly activities. There was an enormous outside go-kart track with a huge arcade full of the best games from the 80s and 90s. I remember spending hours playing the alligator version of Whack-A-Mole. Then, just down the street, was Toontown. It wasn't anything special, just a typical 90s music store. They had a cute little dog with a bandana who was in all of their TV commercials. Though I've long forgotten the little guy's name, he was pretty cute, and whenever I'd go in to buy a new cassette tape, he'd be there to greet me at the door. Out of all the places I went to as a kid, though, Funland was by far the greatest. It had its own go-kart track, a small one for little kids and a larger one for bigger kids. It wasn't as big or fancy as the one down the street, but it was still fun. There were batting cages too, lots of them. It even had a small arcade, mostly filled with pinball machines, Pac-Man, and the always popular Simpsons arcade game. But the best thing about Funland was the mini golf course. It was the only one in the area at the time, and in the eyes of a 10-year-old kid, the place was huge. The iconic spaceship with the Funland logo sat in the center of the park. You could see it from the street, along with the giant giraffe statue which stared out into the parking lot, smiling down at you as you entered. There were other memorable statues too, including a pink elephant and a large dollhouse that sat in the back corner. But the greatest part of the entire park was the 18th hole. On the outside, it just looked like an ordinary outhouse. If you got a hole in one, not only did you get a free game, but the outhouse door would swing open, and you could hear the sound of a toilet flushing, along with the hiss of the hydraulics that moved the animatronic inside. It was a funny-looking humanoid dog wearing overalls with one strap hanging down off his shoulders as if he had just pulled them up. His eyes would blink, his jaw would move, and his arms would rise as he pointed at you, scolding you for disturbing him.
"Hey, what do you think you're doing? Get out of here!"
He'd yell in a goofy attempt at a southern accent. Then the door would close, and you and your friends would have a good laugh before you left. Every time I went there, I couldn't wait to see that dog. Like all things from childhood, the fun of Main Street slowly faded away. I think the go-kart track and arcade were the first to go, sitting abandoned for years before being turned into a daycare center. They still kept the track, having only gutted and rebuilt the arcade to serve their needs. So it just sat there in the back with one or two remaining go-karts, frozen in time. Then Toontown went out of business, unable to keep up with bigger music chains like Newberry Comics and FYE. I imagine that dog of theirs is dead by now. Last to go, of course, was Funland. It was painful to see it start to rot and decay in the last few years of life. The paint on the animal statues faded, the eyes of the giraffe looking sadly out onto the empty parking lot, as less and less visitors came to see it. When the park officially closed, I was heartbroken. By that time, I was in high school, and it had been a long time since I visited the park. I used to drive by on my way to work, watching it slowly deteriorating away. The elephant eventually tipped over onto its side. The chain around its huge stump of a foot that had been keeping it latched to the ground was now visible and exposed. The doors and windows of the dollhouse were broken and shattered, as if it were a real abandoned house. The outhouse door remained closed, the wood cracking with age. I could only imagine what the poor animatronic dog inside looked like. Eventually, nature reclaimed the once thriving park, and I could no longer see into it. All that remained visible was the head of the giraffe, peeking over the rusted fence. Curiosity got the best of me, so I gathered my two friends, Kevin and Zach, one night, and we decided to break in and check it out. As we walked up to the surrounding gate, I looked up at the giraffe. It was the first time I noticed just how creepy it looked. Its yellow coat of paint had almost completely faded, leaving only its brown spots and huge, almond-shaped black eyes. Continuing on, we snuck into the back of the park, near the batting cages. Zach brought a pair of garden shears and cut the fence open, just enough for us to squeeze through. As I entered the park for the first time, in what must have been over a decade, I looked around in complete awe. Everything was just how I remembered it. The go-karts were still in the tracks, the batting cages still had balls in them, but the arcade was all boarded up, and the mini golf course was covered with trees and was damp with overflow from the nearby swamp. I sighed, saddened by the sight of what was once a happy and magical place from my childhood. The feeling the old abandoned park gave off at night sent a shiver down my spine. I never really noticed how creepy it was until then. We went through the course in order, starting at the first hole. There was nothing special, just the usual challenging mounds of fake grass, now moist with rain. The swamp hadn't reached that far yet. As we continued, we walked past the pink elephant, now a shade of ghostly white. He lay on his side, eyes staring vacantly out into the park, as if he had just expired. I ran my fingers over his massive head before moving on. The dollhouse was the next memorable thing we came across. It looked like a miniature haunted house. I half expected the broken doors and windows to be boarded up like the arcade was. You could still see inside. The little pieces of furniture were all toppled over and spilled out on the ground. This is the part of the park where the swamp had touched. The smell wasn't as bad as I thought it would be. The town was covered with swamps as it was. We couldn't reach the entire back section unless we wanted to wade through the disgusting water. Our only choice was to head straight to the 18th hole. Finally, the part of the park I wanted to see the most. More than anything, I wanted to see that dog again. It was half nostalgia and half an excited sort of fear of what it would look like. Was it even still there? Was it in good condition, preserved by the outhouse? Or was it like everything else in the park, sad and neglected after all this time? I couldn't wait to find out. "Did you bring it?" I asked Kevin. He nodded and handed me one of his dad's golf balls. I held it in my hand, sighing deeply as I ran my thumb over the grooves. I had stepped up to the outhouse and peered underneath where I knew the hole would be, when there was a sudden flash of light, temporarily blinding me. "Hey, what the fuck, Zach?" I complained, blinking away the white-yellow spots in my eyes. "I was just trying to help," he replied, moodily. "Let's just hurry up and get out of here." "Yeah, this place is giving me the creeps," added Kevin. "Not until I see him," I snapped. I'm sure I must have sounded crazy. I was talking about the dog as if it were a person. To me, he was more than just some sideshow attraction to be gawked at. He was a part of my childhood. It was like I was about to meet an old friend who I hadn't seen in ages. My friends didn't reply. Zach simply kept his flashlight pointed beneath the outhouse, and Kevin sighed in annoyance, tapped his foot impatiently. But now we could all see it. The hole. The white tube in the ground that brought the golf balls back into the little hut at the entrance that once contained all the golf balls and clubs. It was barely visible over the mound created by the fake turf, but it was still there, and I had a clear shot. I placed the ball on the ground and, aimed carefully, rolled it towards the hole. We could hear the ball enter the pipe, the sound of it swirling down into the ground, echoing in the silent park. Zach and I stepped back beside Kevin, the light now shining on the outhouse itself. I clenched my fist in anticipation, wishing with all my heart that it would somehow still work, that the door would open, and the dog would still be there. It was a stupid wish. We all jumped at the sudden sound of the once familiar flushing noise, now slightly distorted. Then the doors began to open, and the loud hiss of the hydraulics resonated through the night. We stood there, breathless and silent. It worked. We actually made it work. After all these years, I'd finally get to see him again. I could feel the sides of my mouth curl up into a magnificent smile, as if I were a child opening a present. But the present wasn't what I had been expecting at all. There he stood, my once familiar friend, my reward for getting my hole-in-one. But I could hardly recognize him. The fur that covered his metal frame was matted and wet, His overalls hung loose around him, like it would if someone had lost a great deal of weight. My breath caught in my throat, which was now suddenly dry. I swallowed softly, eyes widening as they traveled up to the dog's face. It was a horrible, hideous sight. The fake fur on half of his head had torn away, exposing the wires and joint mechanisms in his mechanical jaw. I never remembered him having teeth. On the same side, his plastic eye had sprung from its socket and now remained dangling by his torn cheek. Then he blinked, the mechanism on the broken eye shuddering around the exposed wire, releasing small sparks. More sparks flew as his arm shot up with a clang, and the hinge of his jaw creaked as his mouth flopped open. He spoke.
What do you think you're doing?
The funny southern drawl of his voice was completely gone, replaced by something raspy and angry, and although I could hear the chilling distortion in his voice box, he sounded more human than I ever remembered. Kevin ran. He didn't even look back. Zach dropped his phone and slowly backed away, screaming as he stared into the dog's one good eye, which seemed to turn on him at the disturbance. Then, somehow, the dog moved forward. He wasn't programmed to walk. As far as I knew, the hydraulics attached to his back only sat him up. He wasn't supposed to walk. But I saw that once funny, old animatronic dog from my childhood step out of that withered outhouse towards us. I stood there, frozen, staring at it. "Fuck this," I heard Zach utter before he too left me. Now I was alone, with him. I had spent so many years thinking about this very moment. I spent countless hours thinking about this dog and wanting to see him one last time. But I knew then I should have never have stepped foot in that old park. My childhood was dead, as broken as the wires and metal rods that barely held the dog together. He seemed to watch Zach go, his good eye turning with a cracking sound as he watched him disappear into the darkness. Then, it turned to me.
Get out!
He commanded, his arm still pointing, now in the direction of the parking lot, where the headlights of Zach's car had just turned on. I didn't move. I could only stare. Was this some sick nightmare, some bizarre fantasy my brain thought up to get my mind off a time I could no longer return to? And that thing stepped closer, its disfigured face near inches from my own. The smell of wet dogs seemed to invade my nostrils.
Get out of here!
The voice box short-circuiting as if it had exploded before slowly fading out. This time, I listened and ran as fast as I could through the park, which was dimly lit by the headlights of the car. My eyes darted around. The once familiar area now seemed foreign and strange. I couldn't tell where I was going. I heard the sound of children laughing, the trumpeting call of an elephant, and the clanging and grinding of metal gears. When I finally reached the fence, I tried sliding through the hole we came through, but I got stuck on something. I looked down to see if my jacket was caught, but it wasn't. Then I looked back. staring right into my eyes was one white plastic eyeball with a painted-on black pupil. My eyes widened, staring back at that black spot, as if it were a hole, ready to swallow me alive. Then I discovered the reason I was stuck. The hand of the animatronic dog was gripping the back of my shirt. I know that hand was supposed to be stuck in a pointing position. It didn't have any mechanical function to actually open and close. Then again, the dog wasn't supposed to be walking anyway.
You shouldn't have come back.
It whispered to me, sending a chill up my spine. Then it released me with a shove, and I fell through the opening in the fence. Scrambling to my feet, I ran to Zach's car, not once looking back as he sped off down Main Street. It's been 5 years since that night. I don't talk to Kevin or Zach much anymore, and we have never once spoken of the incident, not even on the car ride home. I never drove down that stretch of Main Street. Not until today. It was late, and the road I usually take had a detour, which led me right to it. And what harm would driving by do? I should have known better. I tried not to look. I really did. I just couldn't help sneaking a peek. I couldn't see much through all the rain, but I noticed a large "For Lease" sign that now hung on the fence. The giraffe was gone, or perhaps it had fallen over and was hidden under the thick brush. With a sigh, I continued on, trying to push the memories of that night out of my mind. My windshield began to fog up from the indecisive New England weather, so I put my defroster on. Then I noticed something. Instead of clearing from the bottom up, like it normally would, my windshield began to clear in patterns. It had formed words, and I stared at them, hoping with all hope that it was just a fluke or a fragment of my imagination. But the message was clear. Don't come back. When the police asked what caused me to crash into the pole just outside the abandoned park, all I could do was wrap the blanket they gave me tightly around myself as I stared back towards the bushes and trees that concealed the location of the 18th hole. Dog was all I could tell them. It was that dog.
That was Funland by Darren Silvers. For many of us, the shows from our childhood still hold up to this day. However, for this blogger, a show from his past is anything but nostalgic. This is 1999.
The year is 1999. That sentence brings me back to my senior kindergarten class when I was 5 years old, where we used to read out the date on the blackboard every single day. The year 1999 exists as a stain in my mind forever, as a memory that will not go away, no matter how hard I try to forget. 1999 marked the year I lost my first tooth, my first time on a plane, and unfortunately, the early loss of my childhood innocence. That one memory that refuses to be wiped. It started with that new, or old, TV. At that time, Pokemon was the latest fad to hit the school. Pokemon cards, games, stickers, and the most popular, the TV show. So, of course, every time I came home from school, I would stay glued to the TV until Pokemon came on at 5. The only problem was that my dad watched the news at 5:30, and Pokemon episodes were back to back, which meant I had to miss an episode every day, something I whined on and on about. My dad got tired of hearing me complain every day, and that must be why he went and bought another TV. My dad put the TV he bought in my room. Unfortunately, it was just an old, small boob tube, with rabbit ears even. It also only had 20 channels available, not including the channel Pokemon was on. I recall I didn't care though. I was just thrilled I had my own TV. After surfing through the channels, I came to the conclusion that only Channel 2, TVO Kids, was worth watching, so I watched that for a while. It wasn't another few months until I discovered Channel 21. One day in April, I was flipping through the channels, trying to see if Pokemon was on. I pressed Channel 21 into the remote, hoping there were more channels. And to my delight, there was. My dad was surprised too, but he let me watch it because it seemed to have kids programming on it. The channel was called Caledon Local 21, and later I found out it was indeed broadcasted from the town of Caledon, Ontario, a town very close to my city. The shows I saw in Caledon Local 21 looked poorly made, and I never understood what was going on in them half the time. However, as I grew up, every time I thought of that channel, I realized more and more how messed up the shows were. And I had to ask myself, what the hell was I watching? The following is a list of shows and episodes I remember seeing on Caledon Local 21. How I remember such detail even disturbs me. But I guess things like this stand out in your mind for a while. There were only 3 shows I could find on the channel, probably because it was only operational between 4 p.m. and 9 p.m. Mr. Bear's Cellar, Episode 12. A very sketchy name if you were to look at it nowadays. The show featured a guy wearing a bear mascot costume who would get a new visitor into his cellar every day. It was always a kid. The show was filmed with a camcorder, not a very good one either. The police asked me a lot of questions about this show. The episode started with Mr. Bear sitting at a table playing checkers by himself. He sat there playing for a bit until there was a knock on the door. The camera was then looking up the stairs at the door, where there was another knock. Mr. Bear climbed the stairs and opened the door to reveal 2 young children. One was a boy about my age, and the other was a girl who looked about 8, maybe. Mr. Bear danced in delight and started talking to the kids. I couldn't hear any of them that well, I remember. Mr. Bear then led the kids into the cellar, which was quite dark, only lit by a small oil lamp on the table. can't really remember that much more, except him singing a song which I couldn't hear too well either, probably because of that large bear mask. The episode ended with them playing hide and seek, with the kids hiding in the closet, and Mr. Bear counting. May 1999. Soup and Spoon. I don't think this was even a show. I think it was more of a special movie thing. All I know is that I stopped watching Killed in Local 21 for a while because I thought this show was too stupid, especially since Pokemon now came on at 4:30 and 5. I don't remember much of this, but it showed a can of soup and a spoon, both attached to string, swinging back and forth as if someone was holding them and dangling them in front of the camera. Interestingly enough, the show was shot in a basement which looked just like the one used in Mr. Bear's cellar. Like I said, I can't remember much. The only thing I can remember clearly was the end. The entire thing was only half an hour, and just included stuff I found stupid, such as the spoon chasing the soup around, trying to eat him. The ending showed a table, and about 7 kids sitting around it, each with a bowl of soup in front of them. They were sitting and looking at the camera, but with confused, almost frightened faces. The cameraman then held a can of soup in front of the kids and said, "Spoons ready?" And then it just stopped. July 1999. It was summer and I hadn't watched Channel 21 for a while, until one day when I slept over at my friend's house, I decided to check it out again. My friend had gotten a TV in his room for his 6th birthday, so we stayed up very late. Well, for us, 9:30 was very late, and watched TV. That's when I remembered Channel 21 and brought it up to my friend. We decided to see if it was on, and to our surprise, it was. They must have changed the broadcasting time. Mr. Bear's Cellar, Episode 23. This episode was entertaining for my friend and I, mainly because it had swearing. However, now that I think of this episode, I realize something was definitely wrong when it was filmed. The episode started with the camera on its side, while it was facing Mr. Bear, who was walking upstairs to the cellar door. The camera then blacked out for about a second, before fading in, back upright, and facing Mr. Bear. There was also another kid talking to him, but this kid looked about 11 or 12. He was talking to Mr. Bear for a while, but I couldn't hear well, until the kid started raising his voice. The kid was saying about how it was late and his sister had to go home. You could also hear more voices in the background. I remember Mr. Bear clearly saying, "Get the fuck out. You're not invited," with a deep voice muffled by the bear mask. I remember my friend and I looking at each other and laughing at the mention of the forbidden F word. But the episode got weirder. The kid began climbing the stairs before turning around and saying how he was going to call the police. Mr. Bear began breaking into a run towards the kid, who started screaming and running as well. The camera then cut out. That was the end of the episode. The channel then turned to static shortly after. August 1999. I didn't want to watch Channel 21 after that. But in August, I grew more curious to see Mr. Bear's cellar for some reason, though. Last episode I saw of Mr. Bear was weird and had swearing, which also made me think the show was meant for teenagers. Nonetheless, I flipped onto Channel 21 when my dad was busy. Mr. Bear's Cellar, Episode 28. Apparently, this episode had been playing the entire month of August. It was studied a lot by the police. The entire episode was just Mr. Bear sitting in a chair, talking to the audience. "Hello, kids. Do you want to visit my cellar? If you do, please write me a letter at this address." The screen then switched to a white screen with multicolored letters reading the address. And that was what remained for the rest of the episode. And guess what I actually did? I sent Mr. Bear, or that sick bastard who betrayed him, a letter. I did it out of curiosity mostly. My dad was okay with it because he thought it was a legit kids show. But then again, he never saw any of what was on Channel 21. So, I wrote a letter using my best writing possible. I think I just said how I wanted to see Mr. Bear. So my dad sent the letter to the address Mr. Bear said on the show. It stayed on all day anyway for some reason. It took about a week to get a response, which I was surprised I did. I still have the letter I received, August 15th, 1999. Dear Elliot, thank you ever so much for your letter. I would love to have you in my cellar. We play games, watch movies, and go fire camping in the middle of the woods. Come to my house at, the police cut this address out, Caledon, Ontario, Canada. I look very forward to having fun with you. Love, Mr. Bear. I can't believe my dad never found this sketchy, because he actually took me to the house. And that's when the police became involved. Those endless questions. Those pictures of terrified kids. The woods. That brings me to why I'm writing this blog. That psycho and his friends. They did some horrendous shit back then. And now it seems he's trying to get into contact with me again. The entire police thing is coming back. That has brought 1999 back to me. Over a decade later, it's happening again. Update, November 14th, 2009. People have been emailing me, asking me what exactly happened in 1999. I will get to that. Those weird TV shows I was watching apparently were meant to attract kids to Mr. Bear's house. What Mr. Bear did shocked the entire town. My dad actually drove me to Caledon, along with the address Mr. Bear left on the letter. The house was actually in the outskirts of the town, the open farmland. I still remember that house. It looked like an older farmhouse that looked to have been built in the early 1900s. The windows were all boarded up, and the house looked in a state of disrepair. As we walked up to the house, I remember my dad checking the address over and over again and looking at the house in disbelief. Then the door opened. I expected Mr. Bear to be at the door, but I was surprised to see a police officer emerge from the creaking doorway. The officer began talking to my dad, while I quickly asked if that was Mr. Bear's house. The officer's face cringed slightly and muttered, "Oh, God," or something like that. He started talking quietly to my dad, so I couldn't hear, although my dad told me to go to the car anyway. And then we just went home. My dad was quiet the whole way home. I felt something strange had happened. My dad didn't tell me anything for a while. I forgot about it anyway, too. Channel 21 no longer came on, and when I asked about it, my dad would not acknowledge its existence. I think it was when I was 13 where I learned the truth. I remembered Channel 21 one day and asked my dad about it. I guess he finally decided I could bear the truth. Caledon Local 21 was a local TV channel that ran from October 1997 till August 1999 in the Peel region of Ontario. The entire channel was made from a house in Caledon, the one I visited, and run by a man who was not really known by anyone in the town. The channel was only available to older TVs because the signal was only picked up by the antennas built onto the TV. It was a weaker frequency. The man created all the shows on the channel, all of which were supposedly kid shows. He was Mr. Bear, and he was the mysterious cameraman. The real reason he created the channel was more disturbing than what was originally thought. As you might have already guessed, he kidnapped kids and held them in his cellar. But while most people thought he was a serial child molester, he really wanted to use the kids for another purpose. The day I arrived, the man had fled his house the night before, the day before the police went in for their investigation. I wasn't the only one who was watching. Update, December 2nd, 2009. Let me set some things straight about what I know. Back in October, I visited the house previously owned by the man who ran Caledon Local 21. 2 women lived there, operating a daycare business. How ironic. Now to answer the questions you guys emailed me. Who else watched Caledon Local 21? I know other people watched it for sure, including those kids who wound up at Mr. Bear's house. After some Google searches, I found a few people on the Neoseeker forums who were discussing shows from Caledon Local 21. They talked about the kids' shows I watched, but also 2 other shows I'd never seen before. A user named I Am Real Life seemed to know all the shows that were broadcasted on Channel 21. Here are the two I never heard of. The Fallen Angel and Life. I Am Real Life described it was a fairly boring show about a guy rambling on and on in front of a camera about how we must please Satan and appease him before it's too late. Paint with the Soul. I Am Real Life and another user called Siggy92 were discussing this show. They described it as Blair Witch-like, as it consisted of the cameraman wandering around a forest at night, doing nothing particularly interesting. Where is Mr. Bear, or the guy who wore the costume? If I knew, I would have said earlier. I have no idea where this guy is. If he's dead or alive. Hopefully dead. When I see my dad's friend next time, I'll ask him about this. Maybe I can get a more definite answer. What did Mr. Bear do to the children? This is by far the most common question I've been asked. I found this out in October as well, via my dad's friend who is a retired Caledon regional officer. Apparently, the man playing Mr. Bear took the kids out of the house and into the forest nearby. What he did there, police are not exactly sure how it happened. But 16 charred bodies of children, between the ages of 4 and 13, were found in a large ditch deep within the forest. My dad's friend did not want to go into exact detail, but I'm seeing him next Thursday anyway, so maybe I can get some more information from him then. Update: January 14th, 2010. A few weeks ago, I struck gold. I found some answers surprisingly from the father of a kid I used to babysit. He lives just across from my street, and I used to look after his kids when they were younger. He used to live near the woods outside of Caledon and witness the owner's activities in the woods. His name is Anthony Polo. When he lived in the small bungalow outside of the woods, he would often venture in to smoke marijuana before returning to his work as a wood craftsman. Polo described that sometimes he would hear voices of children coming from deeper within the woods, as well as a glowing light off in the distance. Polo told me these events started in late 1997. Note, this is around the time Caledon Local 21 began airing. He apparently became annoyed by this happening every once in a while, and actually went to investigate. Polo then described what the whole scene looked like when he got there. There's a group of kids, he said about 13 to 17, and ages 5 through 12, gathered around a large fire pit with a burning fire. With them was a single adult. Polo talked to the man, noting his unusual, unkempt appearance of a crack addict, as well as his constant twitching. And he asked what he was doing out in the forest with the children. The man said they were on a camping trip, something they did frequently. Polo, not suspecting anything, Caledon has one of the lowest crime rates in Canada, simply left it at that, told them to be quieter. Polo then paused for a while, before telling me that they never became quieter. In fact, sometimes he heard loud chanting from the children in an unknown language. He didn't bother meeting with the man again, as he was moving away. I told Polo that the man was probably the owner of Caledon Local 21, but he doubted it, as he heard that the man was moving to Pickering by several other residents near the area. Here's what I now know. The man would take kids into the woods regularly for camping. The fire pit Polo described may be the hole the bodies of the children were found in. The children Polo saw are probably the ones found dead. The man moved to a city called Pickering, a small city east of Toronto. I will discuss this with my dad's friend, the ex-cop, and see if it matches anything the police knew about the man. I also want to see if he has any other knowledge of what was aired on Caledon Local 21. Update. February 10th, 2010. Some good news. I talked to my dad's friend, and he disclosed a lot of information for me. First, I asked if the police had any information on the man who ran the Local 21 channel. He replied that they have only had the same leads for years and never found a suspect. However, the Peel Regional Police do have some of the tapes found in the house Caledon Local 21 was broadcasted from. He took me over so I could watch a few. He seems to understand my thirst for knowledge on what happened during the late 90s in that house. He feels it was wrong that my dad went so long without telling me much. He took me to the Davis Road police station. If you don't know, it's the largest station in Caledon and one of the largest within the Peel region itself. Each of the main stations around Peel have some of the tapes. The Davis Road station has 3. I got to watch all of them. Unfortunately, I wasn't allowed to take any home for obvious reasons. Paint with the Soul, Episode 10, Garbage Thrown Away. Painted with the Soul was one of the shows that I Am Real Life and Siggy 92 discussed on Neoseeker. I told the police about this, and they informed me that 12 episodes of the show were made and broadcasted between December 5th, 1997 and January 8th, 1998. Exactly as I Am Real Life and Siggy 92 described. The episode opened with the cameraman wandering around the forest. It appeared to be during the evening, as it seemed the sun was setting. The cameraman walked along a path until he got to an area where there was a lot of garbage laying in the leaves. The camera looked around at the various wrappers, bottles, bags, and boxes, making sure each item got a few seconds of screen time. The camera then focused onto a single area before the man spoke. I recall he spoke in a very timid, quiet voice, and I swear I had heard it somewhere else before, like on another Local 21 show. I could barely hear what he was saying, but he mainly talked about how humans are garbage, or something that had to do with saving ourselves by cleaning up the garbage. Us. It sounded incredibly dumb, but still a feeling of dread came over me. I mean, that forest was possibly where those bodies were found, right? Mr. Bear's Cellar, Episode 25. When the police administrator brought this tape in, I actually said, "Oh shit," and chuckled a bit out loud. Of course, I got stares from the staff, but my dad's friend explained to them about my experience with Mr. Bear, and how I still kept the letter he sent me. Like the previous episodes, this one included a guy wearing a bear mascot costume. The episode began with Mr. Bear waddling over to the red cloth table with a bottle of orange juice in his hands, or his paws. On the table were 16 shot glasses, as well as a small bottle that contained an unknown liquid. Mr. Bear poured an equal amount of orange juice into each glass before opening the smaller bottle and depositing one drop into the glasses. Mr. Bear then went off camera. There were some minor sounds, such as shuffling, and then Mr. Bear emerged from behind the camera's location. Following him were 16 children. Some looked as young as 4. Others looked like they were practically teenagers. As the children entered, the administrator commented that this is the only episode that showed all 16 victims. The kids all looked rather content, except for this one who had visible bruises on his face. Unlike the other kids, he had a more fearful expression. He also looked about 11 or 12, which caused me to recognize him. He was the kid who had asked about his sister and subsequently met an unknown fate at the end of episode 23. The episode I watched during July 1999. When I told the administrator this, he confirmed it was the same kid. It was also featured in episode 24, an episode that only aired once at 3 p.m. on July 1999. The police still have not found the tape. Mr. Bear then broke into song, singing about citrus fruits and how good vitamin C was for you. I could barely hear the lyrics as they were muffled by the bear mask. The kids all drink their juice, the one from episode 23 doing it rather reluctantly, and the episode ended. After viewing the 3 tapes in possession of the Davis Road police station, I'm satisfied, but only temporary. I still want to know the full story. The police just keep giving me the same crap about the creator of Caledon Local 21 being a fetishist pedophile, as well as an apparent cultist. Update: May 8th, 2010. Last month, I finally got my G2 license. In Ontario, Canada, this allows you to drive in a car by yourself, as well as some passengers, after 6 months. I, of course, took advantage of this and drove into Caledon for a little Sunday drive. I figured I might as well visit the house where the infamous channel of my childhood was located. The house looked different than when I last saw it in October. The place was no longer used as a daycare and just sat there, abandoned. However, it did have a for sale sign showing that someone still owned it, wanting to get rid of it though. The abandoned house drew fuzzy memories from my mind, mainly of that day my dad took me to visit Mr. Bear. A feeling of dread came upon me. What happened to the children while they were living in that house? I walked up to the steps to the front door, peered through the window. Inside, I could see a nearly empty hallway with a few boxes at the end. At the end of the hallway to the right was an open doorway, presumably leading to the kitchen. To the left were 2 doors, both apparently leading to the rooms visible through the windows outside. I wondered where the cellar entrance was located, and whether it had been sealed up. I walked around to the back of the house and found my answer. 2 wooden doors, lying at almost a flat angle, were padlocked shut. This had to lead to the cellar. Not wanting to hang around, you cannot imagine what was going through my mind at the time. I departed. Behind the house, the empty field continued on until it reached a dense forest that lined the horizon. I wondered if that was the forest where the bodies of the children were found. I thought to myself, screw it. and proceeded to walk across the field behind the house into the forest. The forest was oddly quiet, save for the few periodic sounds of a woodpecker drilling into a distant tree. I cautiously made my way deeper into the woods, not really caring about the fact that I had no idea where I was going. I don't know how to explain it, but I felt like there was something I had to find. I came to a thinner part of the woods and a few small houses in the distance. Polo's house crossed my mind, and I wondered if one of these homes had belonged to him. I neared a small clearing in which I could see 3 adequately sized logs gathered around a black, charred area, showing a small fire had been lit there recently. "Hey, get the fuck out of our fort." Those words nearly gave me a heart attack. I turned to my left and saw 2 dark-clothed people running towards me. My initial thought was to run. However, as they came closer, I saw they were really just kids in their early teens. Probably 13 or 14. Maybe even 12. As they approached me, they realized my size as well. I'm 6'1", while they could have been no bigger than 5'8". One might have been 5'7". "We said, get the fuck out," larger one who was wearing a Slipknot shirt said half-heartedly. I stood my ground and shrugged. The shorter one who was wearing a Metallica shirt swung out a butterfly knife and held it in my direction. "No, you wouldn't want to," I said in a deep, serious tone, trying to sound as badass as possible. I pulled out my cell phone. The 2 kids withdrew. The one in the Metallica shirt, putting away the knife. "Look, dude, we don't like people in our fort, so can you just go?" The one in the Slipknot shirt said, obviously intimidated. I had no business in the forest anyway, so I uttered out a simple, "Fine," and turned, before I realized I had a great opportunity. Did either of you hear a guy who murdered a bunch of kids in these woods about 13 years ago? I asked the kids. The 2 looked at each other in confusion, before the one wearing the Metallica shirt answered, "Yeah, everyone knows about that guy," he said to me as if I were stupid. The kid in the Slipknot shirt continued, "He still lives around here, in the storm drain. My big brother's friend said he saw him with a bear costume once, wandering around the forest at night." My instincts told me this was probably a lie, and the owner of Keldon Local 21 is probably long gone, only existing as folklore in the smaller isolated community. However, as a human, the thought of the mysterious unknown sparks interest within. "And where is the storm drain?" I asked, just out of curiosity. I don't actually believe the kid's story. The one in the Metallica shirt stared at me for a few moments, his eyes seemingly full of annoyance, yet curiosity for me. "You're not from around here, are you? Why did you even come here?" Now, I do admit I was slightly startled by the nature of this question. However, I figured I might as well explain why I was there, just in case people mistook my intentions. I told the 2 kids about my experience with the man in Keldon Local 21, and that I had come to maybe seek out some sort of closure, although even I wasn't exactly sure. The kids seemed familiar with the channel as they smiled and looked at each other when I mentioned it. They also became more understanding and gave me a detailed description on how to get to the storm drain. Shortly after, I decided to just turn around the way I'd come and head back to the house, leaving the kids at their fort. Here's what they told me in detail. The storm drain lies ahead of the kids' fort, the same direction I was heading. The drain ends at a small river where excess water is drained out. Near there is a small playground. The kids told me people rarely use it. The man supposedly lives in the large pipe that rainwater drains out of. People have seen him, although always either wearing a bear mask or the mask and a full-body bear costume. Again, I do not believe this is true, and in fact simply a myth made by the residents of Caledon. The story does not seem plausible in any way. Why did no one call the police? Didn't this guy look suspicious? And other questions like these leave the story invalid. I may visit the storm drain, not because I believe the story, but because I want an excuse to visit Caledon again, so this blog doesn't die. Update, October 7th, 2010. As of now, I am living in Waterloo, Ontario, attending the University of Waterloo for computer engineering. I remembered to visit the storm drain the kids from the Caledon Forest told me about. It was out in a clearing between the wooded areas, nearby a marsh. Unfortunately, I found absolutely nothing, save for a turtle that retreated into its built-in home when it saw me. But let me tell you, it was not a storm drain like they said it was. What I saw was a simple pipe, possibly to channel the excess water from the marsh. It wasn't until last month, September 10th, I received an email. Dear Elliot, my dear, dear boy. You see, this story may or may not be true, but it could happen. There are many slots for airtime. If you have money, you can have a public access TV channel. Some public access channels share airtime, like EWTN, religious channel based out of Michigan, that shows Catholic-based programming, but during off hours have independent shows or just blue screen. Cable networks have empty channels available for rent space. So the scenario of a pedophile renting a channel on basic TV is not far-fetched at all. However, public access TV is widely reviewed and can be terminated at any time. These are the rules for the United States, not for Canada, where the story took place. So, if this happened in the US, the pedophile would be tracked and arrested immediately. Yes, this story could happen, but it is unlikely. 100 fuzzy hugs. Mr. Bear. Now, obviously this letter is fake, but still, I would like to thank whoever sent it. Just reading this letter creeped me out, but it has given me continued interest in this blog. I guess it's just funny trying to pursue the mysteries I've always questioned. Now my roommate knows about all this. He thought the letter was real. He actually seemed more scared of it than I was for a second, but then I shrugged it off. He did too. I mean, what are the chances of this being real? How would Mr. Bear know when I came to Caledon on those occasions? More or less know my email or still be interested in his cellar. I am going to send a reply, and maybe I can find out more about what happened to Mr. Bear. Update, November 7th, 2010. I know I haven't updated in a while. I have my reasons, and I'd rather not discuss them just yet. It's been a rather traumatic month for me. Some of you were right. I shouldn't have gone back trying to relive the mysteries of my childhood, but I couldn't resist. It's been over a year since my last post, and a lot has happened. The email that was sent to me, I tried replying to it, but got nothing. I tried again back in March, still no response. I actually moved up to Ottawa since then, for university, so I haven't been back to Kilden or back home in the Peel region for a while. I had my reasons for leaving, as you can guess why. I've had to make a new email account because people kept prank mailing me pretending to be Mr. Bear. Thanks a lot for that. Why have I come back to my postings? Mitchell Wilson, the retired cop, my dad's friend, gave me a phone call on October 23rd about a tape that was found in a branch on the Brampton Public Library. Brampton is my hometown. He claims he isn't allowed to discuss the contents of the tape with me, as it's still in evidence, but he asked me to come check it out when I return home. That tape got the gears grinding again, because we all know what was the last tape I saw. I can only imagine what can be on it. Obviously, it's going to have something to do with Kilden Local 21. Update. January 21st, 2011. It has been a long year for me. University has been giving me the usual sleepless nights, especially since I transferred to Ottawa, which is the place to party. Sarcasm aside. But now, I'm back home with my dad in Brampton, the town I grew up in. I got home on the 18th of December, and have been visiting with friends and family. Or at least that's what I would have rather done. Now that festive holiday cheer that I usually have at this time of the month is absent. To answer some of the hundreds of emails and comments I got. Yes, I did see the tapes that my dad's friend, Mitchell Wilson, promised to show me. These tapes, however, act as a curse. I want to know more, yes. Yet I want to forget everything. I couldn't help it. I needed to see those tapes. Not only for myself, but for all of you guys who are just as intrigued as I am by that ominous man in a bear suit from my past. However, after viewing those tapes, I feel a bit of dread deep inside me once again. That feeling where I know all those kids in those tapes are dead. That I could have been one of those kids. And that humanity is a dark, dark place. On Friday, January 1st, I called Mitchell Wilson and asked if there was a time where I could come by and see the tapes. Things were pretty slow at the station because of a snowstorm, so he said I could come down any time that day. The tapes were located at a branch not too far from me, so I braved the slushy roads and terrible Brampton drivers and made my way to the Peel Regional Police Station. I met Wilson at the front desk, where he then led me up to the second floor and into a small office. He instructed me to have a seat and wait while he went and got the tapes. Before leaving the office, he turned to me and said, "I know you're curious, but are you sure you want to do this?" Of course I did. Or at least I thought so. Besides, Wilson's friend had pulled a lot of strings to get me in there, and I didn't want to waste the opportunity. This particular station had 2 tapes on hand. I was only able to watch a few minutes of footage, however, because the second tape was apparently too damaged to be played on a VCR. Mr. Bear's Cellar, Episode 30. Mr. Bear never ceases to disturb me, especially after what almost happened when I was younger. This episode took place outside in a forest at dusk, making it slightly hard to see, especially considering the quality of the film. The episode started with the camera being held in the paws of Mr. Bear, aiming it at himself. The bear mask, it looked more sinister in the shadows of the trees. The unmistakable muffled voice spoke up. "Hello, children. Today I will be doing a wonderful thing for my friends. I'll be delivering them to a faraway land where they will surely be happy." Mr. Bear turned the camera around to show an ATV with an attached trailer. But what stood out the most was that the trailer contained 7 motionless children lying side by side. "This here is the first load, but more will be on their way soon." Mr. Bear turned around, pointed the camera at a large burlap tarp spread on the ground. He picked up the tarp, revealing a large hole that must have been at least 12 feet deep, and maybe about 15 wide. The rest of the episode consisted of Mr. Bear taking each kid and dropping them into the hole. I asked Wilson if they were dead, to which he shook his head and replied, "Not yet." Soon, all the kids were in the pit. Some were in awkward positions due to being tossed in. They remained unconscious. "The vitamin C will surely help these children on the great journey that awaits them," Mr. Bear mentioned as he panned the camera towards multiple bottles of gasoline beside a bush. The camera zoomed into the bottles as Mr. Bear hummed before the episode ended. Wilson revealed to me that these were 7 of the 16 victims found, burnt to a crisp. The gasoline is what the man playing Mr. Bear used to light them on fire. Pit full of burning children. Who would do that? That feeling of dread found me once again when I realized I could have been one of those kids. Wilson then explained to me that he had previously lied, and the 4th tape owned by the police branch did indeed work and contained the filming of the actual burning. However, he felt that I wouldn't be able to handle the disturbing and graphic nature of the episode. And you know what? Maybe I can't. I don't even want to see it. I'm satisfied for now. I just need some time to get myself together. Thing is, the man who ran killed in Local 21 is still out there.
INRI. Once upon a time, there lived a boy named Elliot. Elliot was a clever boy who loved playing with his friends. One day, he watched a lovely television show about a bear and his children friends. The children loved helping each other, as good children should. But they also loved the bear. The bear loved the children, since the children were so good at helping him, and the fallen angel. The children and the bear wanted to play together forever with the help of their angel friend. But the fallen angel needed even more help. So the children had to give the ultimate sacrifice. Because that's what friends do, Elliot. They help each other. Help us, Elliot. Burn with us, Elliot. Burn with us. I want you, Elliot. He wants you, Elliot. Come back to my cellar. Pretty please. With sugar and icing on top. Sincerely, Mr. B. I.N.R.I.
Update. April 5th, 2011. I wanted to update more. I really did. However, certain circumstances had turned me off to the whole Killed in Local 21 thing. I've since then had hundreds of emails about my blog, and was even in contact with a magazine about my story. Now is the time to come clean. Where have I been for an entire year? The story of Pandora's box is true. And I opened it. I opened it last June when I watched the fourth tape in possession of the police station. The other subject I'd like to address is the number of joke or fake emails I've been getting from people claiming to be Mr. Bear. But let's start with the fourth tape. This is what traumatized me into stopping my research temporarily. After a few weeks of playing silent, I decided to ask Mitchell Wilson if I could view that infamous fourth tape, as he had talked about. I don't know why. I just felt that viewing that tape would give me some closure. Wilson was obviously reluctant to show me, but I was persistent. He gave me an offer. If I was still interested by the time I turned 20, he would show me the tape. Not being able to do much else, I played the waiting game. By the time I turned 20 in June, I was definitely still interested in viewing the tape. I gave Wilson a call, in which he admitted that he had hoped that I would forget about asking him again. But I was not taking no for an answer. You really don't need to see it, he kept telling me. But I did need to see it. I had to, at this point. Sure enough, he invited me to the police station one Monday afternoon. Having watched every Saw film and a video of Animal Slaughterhouse in my ethics class, I was sure I would be able to handle whatever the tape could throw at me. How optimistic I was. Mr. Bear's Cellar, Episode 31. When Wilson went to collect the tape from evidence, the officer in charge of the evidence room shook his head at me, his face saying, "What are you doing?" Wilson explained that this tape includes the last known episode of Mr. Bear's Cellar. I rightfully assumed that I would be seeing the fate of the children. And that sense of dread started coming right back. The episode opened inside a forest, the usual one from the previous episodes. This fact took me a while to realize because it was night. The trees and leaves just looked like shapes dancing around in the darkness. A faint glow of light was present on the right side of the screen. There wasn't any apparent audio. It appeared to be a windy night, yet the trees weren't making any noise. Slowly, the camera began to pan towards the glow, revealing smoke rising from a hole, with the tips of flames peeking over the top. Wilson paused at this point. "Are you sure you want to see this?" he asked me. I insisted on it, even though a voice in my head was screaming at me not to. The video continued. The cameraman moved towards the hole, showing a pit of fire. This was the hole that I had seen the previous episode. Only this time, it was filled with shapes. I could see shapes moving around, fluttering, flailing, some motionless. I knew perfectly well what they were. The camera began to adjust to the light. Burning flesh. Red, black. A blur of surreal movement and colors. I should have listened to that voice. I wish I could forget what I saw. But you can't forget a scene like this. This was not a horror movie. This was reality. Human beings being killed in a terrible way. A fate that I could have potentially met. The video suddenly cut to dawn, the camera now positioned farther away from the hole. The fire was out. However, there was still smoke smoldering up. A figure was up ahead. I recognized it right away. The Mr. Bear suit was laid out on the ground, empty, but it looked just as unnerving. The suit was laid out in the shape of a cross. The cameraman did a lap around the suit, treating it like a treasured artifact. Placed at the head of the suit was a sign. In bold red letters, INRI was printed. Cameraman moved back to the end of the suit, zooming into the bear's face. The episode finally ended. I was speechless. It was like a dream. You can find a lot of terrible things on the internet, but I had never seen anything like this. Wilson asked if I was okay, and I replied with a shaky yes. I assured him as I left that I was fine, and that the video gave me some closure over the whole incident. He didn't seem too confident in me, but he left it at that. He was right, though. I had nightmares for weeks. I gave up. I didn't care about the whole thing anymore. A sick man burned a bunch of kids alive, attracting them with a fake kids' TV channel. I could have been one of his victims, yet I'm still here. I suppose I should be grateful. I feel guilty. Am I still here only by pure luck? 10 months later, I'm back. But now I feel the need to address something else. My email has been flooded with messages. Some people ask for more details. Some ask if I can upload the tapes. And some people email me claiming to be Mr. Bear, First, I cannot get the tapes uploaded, as they're still in the police evidence, and I have no idea how to get VHS onto the computer. Now, to people pretending to be Mr. Bear. You're not fooling me. When you have dozens of people pretending to be the same person, it doesn't work. I've seen a fake killed in Local 21 YouTube channel, but it's still not real. Even more annoying is the fact that someone hacked my account just to put up some demented poem about me on this blog. I'll leave it in the entry above this one, just to show you guys. I've contacted an admin about it, and was told that it was posted on Halloween. Spooky, I know. I'm over episode 31 now. The images of what I saw still stick with me for a while. But I want to do one last hurrah. I will get into contact with Mitchell Wilson again, and hopefully get set up with the tapes in possession of the other Peel police branches. Try to update you guys as soon as I can. Thank you to everyone for reading.
That was 1999 by Cameron Lamont. As the world changes, many try to find a way to understand it better. Perhaps this theory will shed some light on the violence of our societies. Maybe you'll consider the Roswell Thesis.
On the 7th day of July, 1947, the Walker Air Force Base, or Roswell Army Airfield, recovered what appeared to be, in their words, a flying saucer or flying disc from a ranch in Shaves County, New Mexico. The rancher in question, a William Mack Brazel, found a cluster of, as the report states, rubber strips, tin foil, a rather tough paper, sticks, and tape. The materials were confiscated and brought back to the military base. The following day, July 8th, a press release was issued, stating the materials were that of a flying disc. However, this report was quickly retracted, exchanged for favorable evidence of a crashed weather balloon. The reasoning for this change is unknown. However, theories attempt to fill the blanks. One speculation suggests that the report of such a discovery would lead to mass hysteria, akin to the Orson Welles broadcast of the late 30s. Even so, this claim has never been addressed by officials publicly. Despite Mac Brazel's conflicting words, his side of the story was quickly dropped, and the weather balloon explanation was hailed as the case-closed resolution to what occurred on July 7th. Resurfacing in the late 70s, and again in 1994, the story of Roswell was altered with claims of UFOs, and an alternative hypothesis to the weather balloon, that being a nuclear surveillance balloon from Project Mogul, an operation helmed by the US Air Force to detect Soviet atomic blast. Furthermore, any eyewitness reports of alien bodies being retrieved from the nearby area were chalked up as Air Force test dummies, and the story was dropped again. There is, however, another notion that has been floating around for the past 50 or so years. This one is far more complicated, but nevertheless more competent. Known as the Roswell Thesis, the premise starts as follows: a common ground between deniers and so-called truthers alike. The object retrieved on July 7th, 1947 in Roswell, New Mexico, was a balloon. Whether from Project Mogul or a mere weather balloon is irrelevant. The reported bodies were merely dummies, and the entire thing was not a crashed UFO cover-up. It is from here where the theory takes a sharp turn from the norm, as according to the thesis, the claims from Roswell and likewise those from other UFO incidents from around the globe are merely fabrications made by extraterrestrials. Consider it for a moment. Would these advanced otherworldly entities from the outer regions of space blunder in such a way, enact such an oversight, that would cause their voyeurism to go blatantly noticed by the residents of our planet? Does the low-flying and obvious nature of reported UFOs seem utterly convenient? Does a spacecraft made of paper, tinfoil, and tape seem archaic? Do the sightings of little green men or crop circles strike you as glaring oxymorons to the alleged cryptic nature of these alien beings? The thesis is, in essence, a conspiracy of conspiracies. The idea is that yes, the Roswell incident, as well as other alleged alien sightings, are hoaxes. However, the threat of extraterrestrial beings is still imminent. In fact, the theory suggests we're already too late to act against their invasion. There is a preconceived notion as to what an alien invasion looks like, whether from mentally ill truthers or science fiction films and literature. However, the truth is often a departure from fictitious propaganda, and yet, at the same time, the truth is hidden within these myths. On the night of September 19th, 1961, at approximately 10:30 p.m., Barney and Betty Hill, residents of Portsmouth, New Hampshire, claimed to have been abducted by extraterrestrials while driving home from vacation. The couple reported seeing a UFO hovering over their vehicle and immediately began speeding home, where they reported feelings of impulse and odd sensations, including vivid dreams of gray-skinned creatures and metal discs. The vehicle they sped home in had noticeable circles etched in a metallic substance along the trunk. Moving a compass near the symbols caused the needle to jump wildly. Betty Hill also noted a pinkish powder-like substance stained on her dress. Later, under hypnosis, Betty would describe a hologram shown to her of the extraterrestrials' homeworld, the binary star system known as Zeta Reticuli. According to a journalist, C.D.B. Bryan, 73% of all alleged alien sightings refer to these Zeta Reticulans, also known as the Greys. While these accounts have bits of truth sprinkled throughout, the theory suggests much of the abduction was carried out to seem fictitious, as if purposeful. What we are dealing with are not simple-minded primitives, as humans assume, being ourselves somewhat primitive despite our countless advancements. No, these entities are vastly more intelligent than us. Realizing that the best way to invade is not by sheer force, ray guns, or War of the Worlds style walkers, but rather forcing our species into extinction through self-genocide. The first notions of this idea came from a 1966 autopsy of 44-year-old Conrad Dennison, a patient of the then-named New Mexico Hospital for the Insane. Today, this facility is known as the New Mexico Behavioral Health Institute, located in the town of Las Vegas, New Mexico, not to be confused with the city in Nevada of the same name. Dennison has been rather unfortunately scrubbed from the records of the institution, as no mention of his name or symptoms is available in any forms or documents. His case, however, remains one of the cornerstones for the thesis. Admitted to in the hospital in 1965 as a schizophrenic, Dennison claimed to have been abducted by extraterrestrials, reporting constant migraines and nightmares. Dennison was transferred to psychiatrist Eric Rolston, PhD. Rolston, who had a background in lobotomy, claimed that Dennison had a cyst on his frontal lobe, requiring surgery to remove it. After repeated sessions in which Dennison claimed to have seen pale human-looking beings, he admitted to having killed his 42-year-old wife, Charlene Dennison. When asked where her body was located, Dennison claimed he didn't know because they were controlling me while I was asleep. Despite a confession to murder, the implications of insanity meant a lengthy trial, one that Dennison would never see, as months later, in November of 1966, Conrad Dennison died due to complications with his lobotomy. During the operation, Rolston made note of a small organic glob attached to the frontal lobe. This glob, while organic, was unlike anything the hospital had seen. Undetected by X-rays, the cyst-like growth had been attached surgically to Dennison's brain. Although the surgery that presumably attached it was theorized to be quite advanced, considering methods used in the 21st century are not capable of replicating the seamless precision of the transplant. Any further information regarding Conrad Dennison is unknown, as the files on his case were mysteriously removed from existence. Even stranger, perhaps, is that Conrad and Charlene's son, Kenny Dennison, conceived 1 year before Charlene's murder and 1 year after the alleged abduction, was arrested in 1982 for robbing a convenience store. When approached by responding officers, Dennison drew a firearm and was killed on sight. During the autopsy, pathologists noted the same cyst-like growth on Kenny Dennison's frontal lobe, as if, somehow, the implant was genetically passed down from Conrad to his son. Kenny's adoptive parents and name have been obscured for privacy reasons, but rumor has it that the family was not violent, and Kenny's behavior was quite unlike him. Violent crime rates have steadily increased over the past 50 years. While not genocide by a long shot, these outbursts are, perhaps, birthing pains for something to come. Not driven by rage, malice, or envy, but mental illness. Illness that, in estimations, has been passed down by generations. Illness that has infected the mind. In a more recent turn of events, following an automobile accident in Springdale, Utah on April 19, 2013, a 22-year-old college student, Sean Phillips, was arrested for violently stabbing the driver of the other vehicle, 77-year-old Nathan Moffett, despite having no record of violence. Phillips was later found to be diagnosed with bipolar disorder at the Highland Ridge Psychiatric Treatment Center. 3 weeks before the stabbing, Phillips' mother claimed he went missing for a period of 2 days, during which Phillips had lost cell signal. Upon his return home, he couldn't recall where he had been, but noted occasional headaches and periodic outbursts of screaming. In an interview with Philip's roommate at Highland Ridge, Philip's erratic behavior was described as inhuman and weird. During one conversation, Phillips confided in his roommate, claiming the thin gray people were in his head. Moments later, Phillips' roommate described his eyes as going dead before he lashed out at the fellow patient. Phillips would receive 13 therapy sessions before passing away in his room on December 23, 2013. As reported by his roommate, Phillips' final words were, "Tell my mom I'm sorry. I didn't hurt that man. They made me do it." Phillips proceeded to suffocate himself with a pillow. These acts of self-harm are genuine. However, the instances and crimes that led to such atrocious suicides are not self-inflicted. Even more troublesome are the cases in which the offender is subdued and harmed, many times killed by others, as this fearfully was the motive of the beings all along. Over the last decade, UFO sightings have decreased. While public interest in alien life will always remain stimulated, the shift from humanoid greys to bacterial water-based life on Mars has occurred, resulting in the intelligent, Roswell-type aliens being largely classified as fiction. Some theorize that the reasoning for this change is part of a larger plan, as, in the minds of some theorists, the extraterrestrials at hand want nothing more than for their existence to be disregarded. Roswell was their idea. The UFOs may be theirs, but only toys perhaps, so that their true nature might be tucked away. They're watching us all, for some, in our heads. They want us to buy into the lie that they don't exist. It appears that even we, too, have been infiltrated, as the only way to discredit the theory is to treat it as ludicrous fiction, invalidating the truth and parading it as nonsense. You may be reading this thesis in a fiction-based catalog. Please consider that what you are reading is not fiction.
That was The Roswell Thesis by Mac Ralston. This has been Radio Tenbond, the best station to pass the time by while at work or driving. Thanks for listening.